Oops. Greetings, mortals. I'm not late. I was looking at a cute bird outside.
You probably hear it. That's the bird. It's very cute. It's a myna. Hangs out periodically. How's it going, folks? One of our party members is outside and they need to get in here so that we can get things started. Oh shit, no, I do need to... I already checked whether I needed to update and I don't, but I do need to do a little copy paste. Let's put this in the Let's Play channel. And do that. Boop. Okay, we close you. We don't close you. That would end the stream. We leave you on. However, we do switch you to live scene. We go over here. We close you. We open you. So, I think when last we left off, we had just... Did we die in here? Why were we... I thought we won. I thought we beat this place. Oh no, this is a different dungeon. Okay. This is a different dungeon. So what was I doing over here? Oh yeah, you. I remember this dungeon. Very nice, very nice. That? Oh. Okay, we're fine. Wait. Did I go the wrong way? No, this is the right way. It's where all the bodies are, so of course it's the right way. So we're now invisible. You know, I have invisibility. I'm now realizing that a thing I could do if I wanted, which I do want to do because I feel like it, is I can just go outside, I can invis myself, and then I can go into that tunnel while invisible. And I can't jump up on top of this until it comes down to me. I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because it's not going to activate until I go up. You can't cut time off on these types of elevators. The horse game is coming along smoothly. After a long time, but not a unrealistically long time, just like normal amounts of luck, without getting a single 3-star. I got a 3-star speed and stamina back-to-back, which put me from having like, okay, we haven't reached the point where you should get a thing yet, to, oh, you have gotten gargantuanly ludicrous luck. Instantaneously. Like, the transition between those two has gone instantaneous. It's very funny. We'll see how long it lasts. We'll see how long it lasts. I've gotten to the point where I get to do my little mathy spreadsheety nonsense. And I don't need spreadsheets yet because I'm still trying to get, like, the baseline, like, 9-star thing going. Basically trying to get all of the base stats to be high enough that it's like, worth doing more complicated forms of breeding. So, we're now looking to get, like, proper breeding stock, which is a creepy way to put it. But what is it? Inspiration stock? Like what is the actual term that they use? They're horses, okay? Look, I don't watch any of the cutscenes anymore. I watched them the first time that I played all of the careers. They were very disturbing for the most part. And I'm like, please, just give me horses. Or you know what I really wish? I really wish that they had just made them like chickens or something. Name them after real life professional racehorses, but make them chickens. That would be funny. I would love that. I would love that, but they didn't do that. They didn't do the correct thing. Kind of like the what is it? Hatoful Boyfriend, the like pigeon dating simulator. That's what I want, only racehorses. Okay, so what we're doing now is shooting you. And then once we've shot you, we can basically switch to this. We can switch to... Are you on Implosion already? You are. We can pop out here. But if I had to guess, I would say that the ability to do some, like, shenaniganry to optimize is going to hold my interest probably until slightly after I get my first, like, horse that has proper, like, stat sparks for breeding, and then I'm going to lose interest almost immediately and go away. That's probably how it's going to be. The actual, like, difficulty curve is extremely low, so, like, it's fairly easy. Like, on my account, I have, like, one person that I'm following that has like a meta card that was literally in the first list of people that I was like recommended to. There's like one of your support cards has to be from someone else. It can't be yours. And so someone has a maxed out Kitasan Black. It wasn't maxed out when I started, but it's maxed out now. And it was just a person that was put on my randomized thing. Do you have a max Kitasan? I'll use yours. Because, like, you get something out of it if I use yours, right? Oh, shit. Hello, friend. Okay, we're gonna go back over this way. We are gonna try to clear them here. Sure, I will follow you. I don't use anybody else's Umas. I'm completely doing those myself. The support cards, I have to use somebody else's support card because there's 6 slots and one of them has to be someone else's, but I'm doing exclusively... Look, I'm doing exclusively inbreeding. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. It'll be a good time. Exclusively what? I was gonna say like exclusively inbreeding or something like that. I'm exclusively using my own horses for breeding purposes. It feels like cheating to skip this stage where I don't have access to good stats from the actual horses. By just like using somebody's 9-star, because like I'm actually at the point where I would be able to do like almost fully optimized breeding already. I already have a 6-star, so I'd be able to take someone's 9-star and then use my own 6-star, and it's like, oh, well, yeah, but that's the not cheating from the context of what the game developers or anyone with coherent sense would say. No. Cheating according to the arbitrary restrictions on the way that I am going to play the game that I put on myself. To be clear, it interferes with the way that I approach these kinds of things, right? Like I'm very like, it's actually kind of funny because I'm very much like a social person, and I like to like share resources and things like that in general. But for games like that, I like the progression from low to high. So to bypass any part of that progression because somebody else got there first, right? Like, it would be different if I was starting out in parity with everyone else, because we're all starting on the same server at the same time, so I'm not taking advantage of anybody's, like, leg up on me. So, like, and even then, it would only be if I was pushing hard enough that I was one of the top people on the server, right? Like, even so, like, if we're talking, like, you know, World of Warcraft type dynamics, right? Like, if I'm like at the if I'm at the peak, right? I'm already at the front of the pack. Then I don't mind sharing resources with other people at the top to collectively push the boundaries further, right? I don't see, that's the thing. For me, I don't find that kind of stuff painful because, like, I played EverQuest. Like, to me, like, I go into it and I know what the numbers are, right? So it's like, I know that I have I don't even remember, is it 5% chance? I don't remember if it's 5 or 10% chance. I know that I got extremely lucky already having 2 3-stars, right? So, for me, wait, do I have 3 3-stars? I don't know how many 3-stars I have. It doesn't matter. Because I have a 6-star, that would imply... No, I have a 6-star because I got 2 3-stars. One of them came off of the second one. Yes, they're not separate things. So, getting 2 3-stars in a row, I already know was insane luck. Like, that's like what, 1 in 400 odds or something stupid like that. So, like, to me, I'm very content to be like, okay, I'm gonna run the exact same run, trying to like max out. Yeah, like, no one got it. Like, this is full on streamer luck, but I don't have my account attached to anything, so they don't know I'm a streamer. Well, they might. I don't think this company's big enough, but if they wanted to, that information could be cross-referenced from my IP address. This is the issue with, you know, the modern surveillance state. But it's like, oh, they don't know this. It's like, well, they can if they want. Actually, they can know whatever they want. But yeah, I've gotten full streamer luck. Happened yesterday, so. But like, for me, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna be doing like a couple of runs. Look, I've been talking about it like every day, but I've been talking about it when you weren't in chat, so everybody in here is just like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't care. You're talking about that like degen horse game? Okay. And I'm like, yes, here's how degenerate it is. It's so creepy. But now I can talk about the mechanics. The actual spreadsheets of it all. The thing that I actually care about. It is 100%. It is 100%. It is so disturbing. There's so... Look, the protagonist is, first of all, coded as an adult. Okay? And second, coded as a love interest for all of these people, including going on dates with them. And several of them are coded as 12-year-olds. And you're still going on dates with them. It's disturbing. It is a very disturbing game. The anime of it all it's like anime in the worst, like it's but they are dates. Have you done what's her gun? What's the gun name? Mayano Top Gun? Have you done hers? Half of her events are her inviting you on a date, and she calls it a date. And then the thing is that wouldn't intrinsically be a problem, right? Kids have crushes on adults, and it's fine that kids have crushes on adults. It's not fine for adults to lean into it. Okay? If they had the protagonist be a student at the academy, let's say, like, think about it this way. All of these characters have no canonical age because they don't want to come around like the anti-pedo laws that most places have. But but like, imagine the difference in the plot if instead of your character being an adult contractor who has been hired by this person to do a job and is instead a person who is also going to the academy or is going to a neighboring academy and is thus established as not an adult who is supervising this kid, but who is instead a peer, and that the trainers and the horse girls come up together, and their peer group is where they get their first like trainers from, and maybe later on in their lives they do other things, but we don't need to worry about that, right? Like, that would make sense. So, but see, the reason that that's happening is because of like the financial incentives involving the legal rights to the horses, and also incredibly disturbing in the first place. Okay, absolutely not. Look, the first couple of careers I did, I would be willing to like give the benefit of the doubt, because it did seem mostly like the plot was just following like, you know, teenage drama, and there wasn't like any sort of like inappropriate contact between the trainer and the person that they were training. Like, it seemed normal. And then I did all the others, because I did 19 careers, right? I've done 19 careers to the good ending for all of them. And about half of them are incredibly creepy in a variety of ways. The one that's weirdly... So Mayano Top Gun is creepy, but the creepiest one is probably Bakushin. Bakushin is actually the one that I think is the most disturbing. Bakushin's career is her trainer, who in other plot lines, the trainer talks about how the purpose that they have is to allow the horses to achieve their goals, right? My purpose and what my job is as a trainer is to help them achieve their goals. The trainer in the Bakushin run completely ignores Bakushin's goals and objectives, and instead gaslights her repeatedly in order to shunt her into what the trainer thinks is her optimal pathway. It's incredibly disturbing, like, and like, this is like the kind of thing that you should go to jail for, right? Like, the stuff the trainer is doing to this girl is wild. See, for me, I always feel a little like I feel bad skipping the story in anything that I play the first time that I play it. I want to know what the plot is, and then I can go crazy with skipping the plot every other time. I skip the plot. I have it basically set so that any cutscene that I've seen, it skips. And I have that for every run. So I saw the bulk of the like tournament arc. I think I missed the last couple of them because I had my settings incorrect, and I didn't realize that I could set the settings correctly. So now it's set to auto skip, and I haven't bothered to read the last couple events. But but for me, I prefer to see the story the first time, which is why it took me such a long time. It took me like a couple of weeks to get through all of the careers, and then now we're in full like math spreadsheet mode, right? But like, because of the fact that I engaged with it, I know where it goes. I know where the plot goes. I know what kind of stuff they're up to. Like, I can engage with, yes, I know it's incredibly disturbing and creepy, but also, but have you considered the math though? Have you considered that eugenics simulators are fun? Eugenics is bad, but simulated eugenics is fun.
Sure.
It's very.
Sure.
But bear in mind, that's just anime, right? Like, almost all anime is like that.
Sure.
Almost all anime is like, okay, look, you have to look past all of the incredibly disturbing, like, pedo stuff in order to, like, to see the cool thing that they did that nobody else is doing, right? Like, that's kind of the thing with everything that's anime. I mean, not everything, because a lot of anime is just, like, worthless, right? But, like, when you're talking about any sort of piece of interesting art that's made in Japan, for the most part, it's like, okay, so if you look past the fact that this was made by someone who is both a pedophile and a fascist, if you look past that point, there's some really cool stuff. There's some really cool stuff in here. But you do have to overlook that one or two tiny factors to it. And that's like everything that's made in the country, basically. It's wild. To be clear, that is also common in the United States. There is a lot of stuff that is like made by incredibly disturbing people who like read Lolita and think that the protagonist is the good guy. Right? Who think that Lolita is a love story. Those kinds of people make media in the United States as well, right? The difference is that typically they don't make anything that anybody gives a shit about.
We don't need it.
It's usually like garbage nonsense. Whereas like there's a lot of stuff that's like really interesting that Japan makes that is undermined by the massive like amount of just like incredibly disturbing social norms that they have regarding like teenage girls, right? Like, oh, this could be interesting. Oh, this is. I'm just going to equip this for now. We'll worry about what to do with it later.
We don't need it.
And it's unfortunate, right? Here, I'll write that down so that I don't lose it, because otherwise I'm going to lose it. Okay.
Yes.
Kilibrim.
This is good.
This has mind. We already have one of those, don't we?
Sure.
We have to actually think a little bit about the inventory management aspect. Give me a second to read.
Sure.
Then we can go back to this. But yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that like ooh, interesting. We got another bow that has a very powerful version of that effect on it. It doesn't have a good thing on it. That's pretty funny. There's some stuff that they did that was really good characterization. I really appreciate that, like, Haru is So normally the characters have different animations depending on what place they came in. So like they will, once they finish the race, they run past the finish line and then they transition into a pose depending on how they did in the race. And when I got to the long race, not that animation, the animation during the race scene itself, right? And a thing that I think is very fun about Harura is that a core component of her career is that she doesn't care about winning, she just loves running. She has the same animation no matter what place she comes in. If she comes in first, she's like, ah! If she comes in last, she's like, ah! And that is legitimately great characterization. That's great characterization. I massively appreciate the decision to do that. To like be like, no, actually, the 4 distinct, positioning related, whatchamacallit, setup, that, all of them are the same animation. Yeah, in terms of like the actual characters in the game, I think that my favorite is probably Goldship because she's just so weird. I have a soft spot in my heart for the blatant cheater Agnes. Like, was Agnes was there like a cheating scandal, like a steroid scandal with that horse in real life or something? Because like she's clearly cheating the entire time. Like she's clearly just roiding herself out continuously throughout her entire plot. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna inject myself with some random, steroids. Here. Oh, we're hitting up the race here. She's basically like she's basically Bruce Banner. Like that's basically her dynamic. Only she doesn't have multiple personalities. She just has the one personality. But the thing that was really funny was she is the first horse that I got the goat on, and I got it on my first attempt with her. So my first playthrough with Agnes is just her getting to like, she got to like 1150 speed. And I think she's like a medium. She's not like a mile runner. She's not a sprinter. She has these insane stats because she's just roiding herself out. Just, okay, plus 25 speed, plus 25 stamina, plus 25 speed, plus 25 stamina. Like, she has all of these events where she's just taking steroids. It's beautiful. She was my first A horse, and she was my first horse with over. Was she my first horse with over 11? Bakshin might have been my first. Oh, one second, somebody's delivering something. We might end up ending stream early today, depending on how this goes. That was a contractor who's going to be, I think, digging up the parking lot directly underneath my house, so we'll see whether it's as bad as the drills that are in the building. This will just be a stream of talking about Uma Musume for like 20 minutes. and then ending stream. Indeed, indeed. But yeah, we're now at a cozy period where I just have to do my dailies. I don't I have like a specific thing that I'm doing right now, which is I'm chain racing. God, what's the fascist called? The emperor character. I wouldn't actually call her a fascist except for the fact that she's wearing all the military gear. She's not really a fascist. She's just a student council president. I mean, she does talk about things like she's going to take over the world, which is very funny because it's like you're literally a horse. You're literally a horse racer. And I'm basically trying to get she's going to be my first 9-star, basically. I'm basically getting her, just doing runs with her over and over and over again with the two characters that I have that already have 3 stars, so that chain will be a 9-star. So it'll probably take, I don't know, let's see, assuming that I do somewhere between 3 and 5 runs a day, it's probably going to take half a week. I mean, it depends, right? It depends on how lucky I get, but might be today, might be next week, and it'll basically that'll be the first big time sink. The first big time sink was going to be getting. I guess the first big time sink was getting the first 3-star, because that actually did take a while. But not, as long as it should have. And then the second one was just instant. Calling the hyper-militaristic person who wants to be the dictator of the world a fascist, as in a jokey way, is not that's not a super crazy position to take. She talks about world conquest constantly and how she wants to completely dominate the personal lives of she wants to control the personal lives of everyone in the world. That's her explicit objective. She is very fascist coded. And she wears a general's outfit. It's not slander. Look, being a fascist isn't considered bad in Japan, Tozer Cat. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they are a very pro-fascist country. It's not an accident. It's not an accident that she's coded that way. Yeah, you know that they still haven't admitted to most of the war crimes they did in World War II, right? They still think their country was fine in World War II. They haven't admitted to it publicly, much less educated their populace about it. People in Japan think that Imperial Japan was fine, actually. Go ask Japanese people about how they feel about Koreans. But here's the thing, Toja. It is silly horse girl go vroom. It's just anytime you're interacting with Japanese culture is very there's there is good art that comes out of Japan, but there is not art that comes out of Japan that isn't influenced by the miasma of their particular cultural issues, right? So, if someone makes American media and makes an expressly, I don't know, God, what's the guy's name? What's the Spanish guy's name? The Spanish dictator. Shit. I'm bad with names. He's on the tip of... look, fine. Mussolini. If you go with a Mussolini-coded character... Mussolini is not the person I'm thinking of. It's a different person. So if you go with a Mussolini-coded character, right, where it's like, oh, this character is supposed to be like Mussolini, and it's American media, that's like egregious behavior. That is an indication that the person who is making that media is ideologically pro-fascist. Because the substrate of American culture is not pro-fascism or neutral to fascism. It is anti-fascism. Not all fascism, but certainly European fascism. Well, European fascism is something that American culture has a lot of associated negative traits with, right? Like, Nazis are the villain, right? That's not true everywhere on Earth, right? That it just simply is not, right? So like as an example, I've seen a guy walking around in Singapore with a swastika on his shirt, and not the real one, the German one, not the real swastika, because the problem is that the Germans stole the swastika. It sounds like they even stole the word. Here's the crazy thing: swastika sounds like a German word. It's not. It's Sanskrit. It's a Sanskrit word. They stole it. They stole the swastika and they inverted it and made it into their own unique symbol. But it is literally stolen from Buddhists. Okay? They stole the swastika. So if someone is wearing the German swastika here in Singapore, it's probably not because they're a Nazi. It's probably because they don't realize that it's not the normal one. Right? It's like someone typed into their t-shirt printing machine swastika, and they got out the German one instead of the correct one, and they didn't realize it. That's the interpretation of someone wearing a swastika here. It could be incorrect. It could be that it's an actual, like, Nazi, but it's not super likely, because culturally here, nobody cares about the Nazis. They're not relevant. I'm in Southeast Asia. Germany had nothing to do with this region. They didn't do anything down here. And it's like, oh, well, they should care about what happened to, the, like, massive numbers of people the Germans killed. Yeah? Do you care about all of the people that the Japanese killed in this country that I live in? Because Japan depopulated the Chinese population in Singapore. Like, they mass culled every Chinese man under the age of 50. That's what the Japanese did here. And they have never done anything to account for that. Japan has never paid any shits to that. And the reason is that in Germany, the people that occupied Germany cared about what the Germans did. The people who occupied Japan was America, and America did not give a single shit about what Japan did to Chinese people in this entire region. Right? And by region, I do mean the larger region, because I'm not in East Asia. I'm in Southeast Asia. We are, like, really far away from Japan. And the ethnic cleansing, the genocide that the Japanese soldiers were doing, that the Japanese government did, reached here. Right? Like, the first prime minister of Singapore had to, like, escape Japanese soldiers and disappear. He had to just fucking disappear into the country because he was getting rounded up with everyone else. And what happened to people who were rounded up is they were taken to the beach and then filled with bullets. That's what happened to Japanese people in Singapore, right? So it's important to remember that, like, in Asia, people care about what Japan did. In America, in Europe, in all these places, they care about what the Nazis did. They both did the same thing. They're both against the same thing. They're both against the same genocidal behavior. They're against the same thing. But the symbology of what it looks like is different. I can't imagine what it must be like to be like an elderly Chinese person and watching like their grandkids like looking at anime with a depiction of a character that's drawn and framed like a Japanese general. Can you think, like, imagine that? Imagine if in like German media you had SS officers and people in like fucking like New York Jews were like their kids are watching SS officers at like child SS officers as the protagonist of their stories. Yeah, Japan has some problems, okay? But the reason that I mentioned the substrate thing is the people who are making this art are not making these characters fascist coded knowingly. For the most part, like with most people, they don't know shit about shit. And they're just making this anime archetype. And they've been completely uneducated on their country's history. So they don't know anything about it. They don't know anything about it. If you were to ask the average Japanese person what they think about the fact that there are people who have lived exclusively in Japan for the last 1,000 years who are not citizens of their country because of their ethnicity. If you were to ask the average Japanese person that, like, what do you think about all of the people who live in Tokyo who aren't citizens, whose descendants have been in Japan, or whose antecedents have been in Japan for the last 1,000 years, or 5,000 years or whatever, and they would go, what are you talking about? Because it's not a political issue. It's not a thing that people talk about. They don't know what that is, right? They're not aware of the incredibly oppressive policies that their government has, right? And there's a difference between someone making art that has like all of this coded stuff knowingly and people who make this kind of art unknowingly. I think that there's a big difference in that. So like being aware of the history and being able to go, oh yes, this thing this trope is tied in with this long history of fascism. This trope is tied in with this long history of this. This trope is tied in with this thing, right? This is tied in with apologia for the Japanese Empire. You can look at all that kind of stuff, and it doesn't mean that you have to stop looking at the art or stop enjoying the art, right? Just because like the substrate has these toxic elements to it. Like what? Do you want to just like stop encountering all American media because like all of it is propaganda? Like all of it exists to justify the police state. All American media is the substrate of American media is cops are good and excellent and will uphold our society, and without cops we would live in a dystopia, right? Everything is that. There was some like meet cute sci-fi like romance story that there was a TV show for that out of nowhere just immediately became a cop show, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I have no interest in watching this, right? And I have no interest in watching that because I grew up with it and I don't need to like keep watching that shit, right? I don't get anything out of watching it. It's not, it doesn't give me anything. Give me 1 second. Somebody's been sending me a bunch of messages. What is this? Okay. Is 0 not an integer? I think 0 is an integer. Buddy, I don't know what to tell you, but I think integers include negative numbers in 0. What is the number? What's the thing below real numbers? Because real numbers, I think, is no. It's because negative numbers I don't think count into real numbers. I don't remember all the silly classifications from high school. The only ones that I remember are integer, because integer has a use case. But the ones for like positive integers, there's a classification for only positive integers, I think. Okay, let's make some. Speaking of artwork, we don't need to keep doing. Oh, and we can steal this effect if we want. Counting numbers. Counting numbers. I think natural numbers might be non-integers included. Natural numbers also might. I think natural numbers is. I don't know. But yeah, counting numbers is the term that they use in school. Though, to be fair, I don't know that any mathematician uses any of those terms. I don't know that those are like actually relevant outside of like a grade school educational environment. Like they're not like real classifications of numbers. Like there's no important distinction between them. Let's see here. Because like integers and non-integers, there's a meaningful distinction between them. But like even with like positive and negative numbers, it's like, what is a negative number? A negative number is just a number you're subtracting. Play gong. Okay, so what are we doing with the Ascension Emeralds? Doing it again? Or are we? You know what? It wasn't highlighted, but we're gonna do it anyway. Let's see here. Put flute too. Let's do some crafting. Let's do some crafting. We can give people a break from me talking about media analysis, and we can go into something people actually want to watch. Let's see here. We've got 3 Scouring Pearls. Look, I don't even know about the highlighted messages. It's some Twitch feature. I guess I set them up, didn't I? I actually think I set them up, but that's fine. It's a built-in feature of Twitch. It doesn't matter that I'm technically the one who set them up. So, do we actually want to... We have this effect on a garbage weapon right now. It's part of the default options, but I think I have to turn on that functionality. Like, there's an initial setup to using the channel point system that I had to tinker with at some point. It's possible that, like, I didn't have to do it in order to set that particular mechanic up, and that would have turned on automatically at some point. But I believe there was a point where I needed to actually do something to make that happen. Let's see. We are going to peel this off and put it onto a ring of yours. That's our business right now. This is a double accuracy ring. Where is this? So actually, this isn't going to involve too much intensive crafting. So we now have a legendary Amethyst Ring of the Gods. This makes it so that killing a monster with a single target attack will recover my action time. We can put this onto Cassowary, and they're going to lose the one problem that they have in their life. And that's going to be glorious. Yeah, I've been around a long time. So there's a lot of mechanics that had to be
Don't have too much.
tinkered with at some point. Where the hell did I put you? Where did I put the ring?
No room. There isn't any too much.
So we're just going to pump this to max. Accuracy is the stat that I want on this. The reason that I held on to this for so long was because I knew that I could turn this into a legendary and then just pump it. So now
No room.
we can do that. Wrong inventory. I am actually curious how many streamers there are who stream as regularly as I am and are as tiny as I am after as many years as I've streamed. I don't know how many people there are in my particular demographic of incredibly unsuccessful streamers. Like, we've got 8 people in here right now, which is like top 1-ish percentile for my streams. Okay, let's throw some control cubes at this thing. Look, I'm nothing if not consistent, even if my consistency is fairly inconsistent. That's my position. It's definitely a coherent one that makes any sort of sense. Okay, we're going to try to get, I think, the stats up to 30. I don't want to do too much investment here, because if I do too much investment, I'm not going to be able to build the item that I'm trying to build. However, that is going to give us a little bit more luck. We now have over 100% crit chance against enemies of our level, which is good. I think that we had fallen behind 100% just now, but I'm not positive. I'm not positive. Because we added like almost 20. That's not true. I think we had 19 on... No, we had 13 on this. So yeah, I've added almost 20. This also increases our accuracy. Yeah, Cassowary is kind of terrifying. Honestly, the improvement to... This improvement is going to make Cassowary terrifying. This is a terrifying upgrade for Cassowary's damage output. I had forgotten about this legendary when I was talking about being done with Cassowary a while back. The damage output that this is going to add in between fire blasts is insane. Cassowary is still hitting like an absolute truck, and as long as we aren't in melee range, Cassowary is going to be melting. Absolutely melting shit. Funnily enough, the closer the enemies are, the more Cassowary can melt them until they reach melee range. So when enemies are like sort of like slowly approaching me, and like they're getting closer and closer with each wave, Cassowary is going to be able to much more effectively keep the waves off by just being like dead, 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 instead of dead. Dead. Right, like, there's such a huge delay where it's like, okay, by the time the delay is over, they're in melee range. No longer. No longer. There's now an escalating DPS factor is the closer the enemies get to me. Because Cassowary is pretty consistently one-shotting enemies. That's not a huge issue for them. So, in terms of making items, do we have any items that are legendaries with really garbage stats right now? I think we do. Didn't we have one that we were just looking Yes, we have this, which we could do if we wanted. Oh, we had that ring, right? Didn't we have a ring that we just equipped? No, it was a gauntlet that we just equipped. Do we want to remove the speed and resists and replace both of them? We already have the luck. I think maybe we do both of those. I think that might be fun. Let's see. Then again, maybe not. It might not be... That might not be the best source of investment right at this moment. Because we're actually full up on gauntlets. So I don't actually... This is not a terribly relevant status for me. Funnily enough. It's like just not that relevant getting that affix. So I might want to do something. I still haven't replaced this hat. I need to replace this hat. Mina, you're... Oh! Funnily enough, I think that this is just an improvement. Because this gives me 51 in all stats instead of 35, and it gives me a bunch of spell points. So this just gives me a little bit of extra durability. Okay, we'll do that. We won't hold on to that indefinitely, but for now we'll do that. Can't use justice. We don't need Celebrim, I don't think. Yeah, we don't need Celebrim. What do we want to do? We don't... Look, you're fine. We don't need to improve your legendaries. You're fine. Oops. We don't need to worry about that. It's not a legendary. This is already rebuilt. I guess we should probably rebuild this, huh? We've been sitting on this for a long time. Part of the reason that I haven't done it is because it's actually a really major drop to the durability of this character. Like, that's actually 1500 HP that I'd lose. I guess we could rework the leather. We don't have a lot of necklaces. We only have one necklace? We only have one legendary necklace. That's really funny. Huh. Let's see. What are the stats on this ring of yours? HP and speed. So this is something that I could easily rework later. This could be reworked, but the affix on it, like the legendary effect, is not relevant to me, so I don't really see much reason to worry about it. Oh, I have the ghost ring on right now that I guess I just don't need. Huh. Do I rework my hat? This cloak is very underleveled. Okay, maybe not that underleveled. When did I bring this on over? We're gonna get another, like, 40 luck out of that. So, you now have a crit chance of 81%. We need to get that crit legendary on you, which we have available to us. Yeah, I just don't know what I want to rework, actually. The most obvious thing to rework is this. This is the thing that's most obvious to do. This... You know, if I maintain with you, then I can probably afford to ignore your durability to a point, right? You're probably fine, right? Oh, we can easily rework. Let's just rework this. This is garbage. This is total garbage. Let's rework this. So this will be a good item to rework. What stat do we want on it? Maybe luck? What's your luck? 927. I think luck is the play. We're gonna put luck on this. And then we do want to actually replace all three of these eventually. Let's get the first one replaced.
I have too much.
Like, this actually might be... It's not... What is this now? 32. So probably not. But yes. That gives personality. Do we want to just do double personality? How's your personality? Your personality isn't very high either. I do kind of prefer luck right now, if I'm being honest. But you know what? It's fine. I think I will just take it. Speaking of which, actually, I don't know how many hourglasses I have. Do I just have the one hourglass? Because if I only have the one hourglass, then I can't actually do this thing that I'm trying to do. I think I might only have the one hourglass. So we have reworked this partially, and we're going to stop working on it, because if we work on it anymore, we're going to be interfering with our ability to work on it later. So that is going to be it for that. Luckily, there hasn't been any sounds down there, so it seems like everything's fine, and we need to go to a place. Which place are we going to? We're heading to 7. So Might and Magic 7 is the place to be. What quest are we on in 7? I think in 7 we need to talk to the person in the castle. They've done the coup, and now it's time to, like... Now it's time to do the thing. Pop down here.
It's closed.
No! Why are you closed? Okay, fine. We'll just progress time. It's fine. You have fucking working hours. Lazy bums. Okay, so I actually didn't need to do this now that I think about it. I could have just done other things, but that's fine. We are going to go into here, fill our packs, and then we have to go back to... Oh, right, we have Nyon to do. We're going to do Nyon. I'm such a dope. So we're going to clear this.
You look like you need a... Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
We're getting 3 levels. We're popping over to Nyon. And we're going to save the game. And... Okay. That's interesting. Did they fix this enemy? This guard has been attacking this peasant for a very long time. Did they fix? No, they couldn't have because I didn't pause. Sorry, I didn't update. So there's no change there. It's just not doing it for some reason. It is very funny that you can't fly while, like, this is not a free fly zone. Can you even go back in the wall? Okay. Save the game. Okay, so this is gonna go fairly smoothly. Look at that! Look at the fucking Gatling gun! Oh my god! If I just held A, I could turn this into an archer run. Oh, man. Maybe I should do an archer run at some point. The problem with having an archer run is it would be too similar to this run, I think. Actually, it wouldn't be that similar, because I wouldn't allow myself to use all those indirect fire things. So it would actually be fairly meaningfully different. So... not necessarily that meaningfully different from what it's going to be from here on out, though, am I right? Pew pew! Yep. Okay, well, you have to pew pew a little faster than that if you're going to not have the vampire just get obliterated. Okay. Like, we now have, like, 2 variants on the, like, total obliteration strategy. The first is, if the enemies are spread out, we just hold A, which we haven't been doing. We've been switching to... We haven't been just holding A. But just hold A, and you'll kill them all one by one very, very rapidly. Or, alternatively, walk into range, instantly kill them with AoE, and then go away, because you do have a cooldown on AoEs. So, the one disadvantage that we have is that since we're basically just holding S all the time, our S attack on Cassowary does not is a multi-target attack, so it doesn't actually trigger that legendary. We need to use our single target attack like so in order to actually get the benefit of the thing. There we go. I don't need invis for clearing this section. Unfortunately, because this is in the water, I'm basically waiting for them all to get out of the water. We can't just, like, walk toward them. We have to, like, bait out attacks and wait. No. Well, that was rude of you. Oh, that sounds fun. I really love that dynamic, actually, in games. In the Suikoden series, you can have, like, Dragon Riders and stuff, and you can actually have, like, if you bring Chocobos along in Final Fantasy Tactics, you can actually ride them in combat, which is incredibly inefficient, but you can do it. It's inefficient because it's like a complete waste of a character slot to dedicate an entire character slot just to increasing the movement speed of one of your characters. Though, if you are using a black Chocobo to do it, I think there's significant value there for certain types of characters. Like, just being able to fly is a pretty big deal. Not necessarily optimal in, like, a more late game scenario, but when you first get access to flying around on Chocobos, it actually can trivialize some of the early game fights. It is more mid game than early game when you get access. No, I think it's pretty early game that you get access to it. But like some of the early game fights, and actually just a lot of fights in general, involve like ramparts. So you'll be on one side of, so you'll have characters on one side and another side of some ramparts, and having the ability to just like mount up on a black Chocobo and then just fly up to the other side of the wall can like, whoops, completely change the dynamic of the fight, because instead of it being like, oh, your party's separated, it's like, oh, your party is obliterating one side at a time. That was my idea. There were some in the shallows, but they were not the ones that were randomly targeted. Wow, that did nothing. That's very funny. Yeah, Cassowary's durability is actually quite high now. I wonder if we can get the others in position to do that sometime soon, too. The other thing that we need to consider is we need to consider, at a certain point, Junglefowl is going to get so much tankier that we, even with like a fraction of their max HP, it's still more valuable to have preservation on them instead. Okay, we cast Fly. Okay, those two are down. Cast Fly again. Ba-da-ba-bum. Okie dokie. But one of the things that's funny is that right after I said that I've completely run out of content to do, which was like a few days ago, I guess it was probably about close to a week ago, the same day, like when I ended stream, they had added a legendary race. So there's like actually a thing for me to be trying to achieve with my like, with my characters, as opposed to like, okay, well, I finished all the careers, I guess I'm done. So I finished the careers, and then stream and say, okay, well, I guess I'm out of content. And then the same day, they released basically like a boss race that you can do like a few times a day. So I had to breed up a Bakshin quick to race against them. And we're not in a good position for those races. I'd like to be able to win those more consistently, but we are in a position where we win at least like 1 in 3, and I have like 9 attempts before in order to get the one victory that you need. And getting more victories gives me like a little bit more, but it doesn't give you a ton more. It gives you like one more. It's like less than 1% of the resource necessary to unlock the character that you're racing against. And it's not that you're getting low rewards, it's that the reward difference between coming in second place and coming in first place is a difference of 6 versus 7 guaranteed, with the possibility of I think 2 more, as long as you're able to beat them at least once within the 3-day window that they're available. If you can beat them the one time, you're fine. You get like plus 10 for actually beating them. So it's like it's important that you have someone who can do it. Originally, I could not do it. My character, I had one sprinter, and it was the first sprinter that I had actually cleared on career. And it's just like, okay, well, this is like a character who looks like someone who came in with like breeding stock of 1-star wit and guts. They sure look like someone who had a bad start and mediocre luck. So at some point I will probably have to rework some of them, but for now I'm just working on getting the thinger. I invested way too many resources at the beginning getting Biwa Hayahide unlocked, because I didn't really do any research or pay attention to like the way the game works, and I was like, okay, well, getting characters is generally the way that you do things, and I feel like this might be a mistake because I feel like support cards might be the way to go, but also I don't have any characters to play with. So I think weirdly I did make the right decision in pulling for Biwa Hayahide, not because of like needing the power, but because I would have lost interest in the game if I only had like 5 careers to run before I could do anything else. If I only had like a couple of careers that I could run, then that would have been a little rough. Because I just wouldn't have like all the 1 and 2 stars
There isn't any room.
in my roster.
No.
Yeah, so they've had 2 sprinters in a row, like with no delay between them, which I'm confused about. For like the legendary races, they just did 2 legendary races back to back, and they're both the same thing. And it's like, wait, why do we need to do a sprint again? Why are we doing 2 sprints in a row? It doesn't bother me much because sprinters are way easier to build. It's real easy to build a sprinter. Like, building a sprinter is just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna just tape down the train speed button until they have 1200 speed and 600 power or something. I actually don't know how much power I have on that character. They might have like 800 or something. But they don't need anything else because like none of the other stats matter. If you're doing like a front runner, you don't need to be intelligent. You just need to run at as fast. That's not true. Wits is always valuable as a stat. Blah blah blah. It impacts the ability for you to proc your skills. Who needs skills when you have 1200 speed? It's important for PvP. This isn't a PvP character. I don't give a shit. It actually is. It is actually my PvP sprinter. Now I think about it. You know. I feel like maybe my sprinters have been underperforming in part because I don't have any good sprinters, but also in part because I built my sprinters to be bad at PvP. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. I do think that it's very funny that the game has, like... There's a lot of variance in the difficulty of the, like, missions that they have to do. Like, Biwa Hayahide, her first 2 races are both races that she's bad at. She has to do 2 miles in a row. And she's terrible at miles. She's got a C in mile. And it matters if she does badly at them. So, like, the dictator character, right? The emperor character, I don't remember her name. Is, like, her first race is a mile, but it's a G3, so it doesn't matter for anything if you succeed or fail at it. Like, you do not have to give a crap if you succeed or fail at her first race. Whereas the races that Biwa Hayahide are doing, whether she wins them or not is relevant for progression. Basically, there's 3 different tiers of well, there's more than 3 tiers, but there's G1 through G3, and then there's a couple of other variants. But the only one that matters for the purposes of like making new racers, and for most of the mechanics, honestly, most of the stuff that's being tracked, is the G1s. So, like, once you get to the point where you can, you have good enough stats that you're not, like, really that worried about failing the final couple of races. You always have to be a little worried because the video game is very RNG dependent. There's nothing funnier than running a race with a bunch of so you're running your first race, your debut race, which is supposed to be a race that's so easy you have better than even odds of winning without doing any training. If you don't train your horse at all, you don't have any decent breeding stock, you don't do anything, right? You are probably still going to win your debut. The game has so much RNG, though, especially at low stats, that you can lose that race when you have triple the stats, like, generically of every other racer.
There isn't any room.
And every long-distance racer, anyone who isn't good at miles, if you're not good at miles or sprints, you really suffer. Because, like, if you're not good at miles or sprints, if you have, like, a C in those, you're still stuck doing them for your debut race. So your debut can just be immediately a stop. You just immediately come to a crash. I think I had, in one of my runs, I had like 320 speed and above 200 in both stamina and, which stamina doesn't matter for this, it's a mile, but, and power, and everyone else has under 100 in all of those stats. and I think I got like sixth place or something like that. She just got stuck behind the second to last runner at some point, and just was like, I'm gonna run into your butthole over and over for the entire race. And just that's what she did the entire race, was just run straight into the butt of the racer in front of her. And it, like, I couldn't even be mad. It was too funny to have such good RNG and have such a good start, and then have it just be like, oh, well, congrats, you lost your debut. Which, losing your debut isn't that big a deal. Losing the debut, you lose like a few points of stats, and you lose one training session where you have to go do the debut again, basically. It's not a huge deal to lose your debut if you already have good stats. Which is kind of the funny thing, is it's like, okay, if you're ahead, it doesn't actually matter if you get bad luck on the debut. If you're behind, it's like, okay, well... As Northern Lion would say, this horse is glue. I'm not sure I approve of this language. But I do think it's kind of funny. Look, being a little bit aggressive with the give up button can be very useful for you. It can be very useful for your sanity to just be like, okay, well, we've had... I think I had a thing sometime in the last couple of days where it was like, I lost like 3 races in a row at the start, and like just was not able to meet the fan threshold to even get to the third race. The reason the third race because I had to redo the intro race, right? Exactly. You know what's really funny? I think that the Haru Urara story, the career for her is very strange, because the game mechanics are such that, like, you're gonna win your races, right? Like I started Haru was one of, like, in the second half of careers that I started, but like Haru almost got the GOAT. Like, Haru won, like, actually, she might have gotten the GOAT if I had done more races, but when I was doing the initial career runs, I didn't like do extra races. So I didn't do any extra races, so that it might have just been that. Because she had like almost a 100% win rate. And she was just winning every single match. And everyone's like, oh, she's such an underdog. It's, it's okay if you lose. And it's like, she's winning every race. You're acting like she's getting in last in every race. The only race that she did badly in was the race that they do because they're mean. Where they have her do the... There's a... it's not because they're mean, it's because it's the races that the horse does are based off of the races that the horse did during their runs. But, like, there's a long race that a long turf race that they have this dirt sprinter doing. And, it's like you just have to run in it. You don't have to place anything other than last. It's fine to place last in that race. The game does not care. And that's the only race that she did badly in. Every other race she got either first or second, and it was almost exclusively first place. And the narrative's like, oh well, it's okay, we know that she's gonna lose the next race, but it's like, why do we know she's gonna lose the next? She's obviously gonna win the next. She's been crushing everybody. She's been obliterating the competition this entire, like, her career has been crazy. And then you have, like, the Emperor, where it's like, oh, I have lost every race and performed as badly as I can without, like, failing failing out. Like, okay, she's in the top 5 of every race, and they're acting like she's some, like, behemoth of a horse, and it's like, no, she's like a mediocre racer. Why are you acting like she's really good at this? She's objectively not. She's objectively mediocre. Very huge, like, temporarily embarrassed billionaire energy, you know? So the narratives do have a degree of responsiveness to, like, how you're doing. That they do have that, right? But there's, like, limits to how responsive they can be. So, like, having a horse that's supposed to be, like, a really good horse and having them be, like, really bad, or having a horse that's supposed to have an incredibly terrible record and getting first in every race have, like, some interesting complications to them. Because the thing is that Haru's behavior makes sense the entire time, right? Because Haru doesn't care about winning or losing, so it doesn't matter to her. Like, her behavior is always going to be the same whether she wins or loses, right? But, like, the behavior of the people around her, particularly the trainer has this, like, ooh-woo poor thing vibe about Haru that isn't justifiable if you win the first 8 races that you run in a row. So it would be fun if there was a bit more responsiveness there, but it's also fine. They don't need to have more responsiveness there. It's good that there's at least some. I'll take it. When I was doing I was trying to run Biwa Hayahide in the role that I'm, like, in order to, like, have her serve the role that my second 3-star is performing, and Biwa Hayahide had such a rough time because her races are so nasty in the early game. So, because her races are so nasty in the early game, like, training matters less for just finding whether she's going to have, like, a decent early game run than, like, just breeding. Because, like, you just need such an obscene amount of stats to be able to make up for the fact that she's running 2 miles in a row, and she's terrible at them. She's garbage at miles, and she has to run 2 in a row. Really nasty stuff. Technically, so does the Emperor. But the Emperor is less greedy for stats, and you don't care as much if she loses her first mandatory race. It just doesn't matter. The scheduling for the Emperor is way easier. Anyway, but the other thing was that I got, like, 5 Guts stars in a row on her while having over 600 in every stat except Guts. So it was like Biwa Hayahide was absolutely cursed. Absolutely, completely cursed. You know what? Maybe I should. Is there any, like, compromising information that shows up in that game? Do I have to censor any part of the screen? I don't, right? If I just go into that game, because it would be very funny to, like, show, like at the end of stream or something, just show the chain of Biwa Hayahides that actually made it to the end of the career, which is not all of them. And, like, show just the cursed nature that she had. Absolutely cursed. I think the first... I think the first run that I did after giving up on doing it with her gave me another 3-star. No, I think that I got my first 3-star the second that I jumped off of Biwa Hayahide. It might have been my second 3-star that I got. No, because I got them back to back. So I got my first and second 3-star as the first career I did after giving up on pumping the horse that I actually invested resources into unlocking. It's really rough. Because the game gives you a lot of resources for, like, basically achievements at the beginning of the game, and then you don't get any anymore. They just fall off a cliff. So now that I have all those Chivos, I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting like tens of thousands of these things. I'll probably be fine for at least a while. And I was like, oh wait, no, this is going to be a very... It's gonna be normal that I expect to get 50 out of 1,500 from doing things in the future. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. It's all good. It's all good. Nothing going wrong there. Yeah, I have gotten pretty lucky. Night, Doja Cat. And with Doja Cat gone, I'll stop talking about the horse game. Because nobody else cares. You have been saved. Nobody else cares. But yeah, the horse game itself is probably going to be glue the second that Silksong comes out. I'm not going to lie. That might not be true because it is like a different, like, it's not like I'm playing Silksong on my own time. That's going to be something I'm streaming, which means I'll have to have something to fill my time outside of stream.
I have too much.
I always need to have something mathy that I can just be thinking about, right? That's the thing with me, is that I always need to have some math thing to work my head around and tinker with. Something to give me an excuse to play with spreadsheets. And sometimes when I'm streaming, the stream game will be that, right? But sometimes it won't be, right? Like with this, I don't really need spreadsheets right now. Like, because I've built a bunch of spreadsheets for Might and Magic, and I'm now, like... I'm not in a position where I need to build any new spreadsheets or reference the old ones, because I'm just not in a... I just don't need them right now. But, we're in a groove. Like, I don't need to... my pathing and stuff like that is pretty much set. I don't need to worry about getting skills. All my skills have already gotten to the point where I can get the masteries and stuff like that. The early game is where I need some spreadsheeting to organize when I'm going where. I don't really need it in the... Okay, so you are attacking that random peasant. Poor Tad. But luckily, I think Tad is probably tanky enough that I don't have to worry too much. Easy peasy. You know what I should do? Ooh, this would actually be fun. I should set up a way for people to recommend math spreadsheet games for me to dick around with off stream, where they don't expect me to actually stream it, right? They just are like, you should play this game, and then rant about it on stream periodically. That would be fine. Like, that would actually be pretty cool. I should set up a portion of the... Maybe that's... Because I have a thing in the Discord that was meant to be like, okay, this is where people are going to recommend games for me to play, right? But then, like, it doesn't match well with the way that I play games. I tend to play games as, like, a huge burst of energy. I am never going to be able to be a variety streamer. I'm just going to be a this streamer until I'm a that streamer, right? That's... Should play Genshin for a month. I could try it. Are there can I do spreadsheeting? Look, is there a breeding mechanic? Will I or will I not have to fill Punnett squares?
Is down.
I do enjoy the poker element of like deck building with gacha games. Like, as someone who is never going to spend a dime on a gacha game, the resource management element of the game, where you're managing resources that are fundamentally random, I find to be a fairly compelling thing. Like, I find that compelling as a gameplay style. But I don't know that it's necessarily some, like, that component is not like the because I'm trying to think, like, I talked about AFK Arena occasionally, right? But, like, there's not really a ton for me to say about it when I was playing it. Because, like, I'm building teams, but, like, the dynamics of building the teams are not super transferable between people. Like, the way that I build my team and the way someone else builds their team are going to be totally different, because you're building around a core that is kind of like randomly generated when you start the account. Like, whereas like with the horse game, it doesn't matter what horses you have, honestly. Like, it's all the same thing. Which simultaneously makes it more simplistic, and like it's easier to just talk about it because it's like it's horse racing. You get it. Fast horses are good. Slow horses are bad. There's more complicated elements to it, but I also just don't talk about it that in depth either. So there's that.
Who wants some?
Yeah, the thing is that I could try Genshin. I just feel like I'm probably gonna, having played AFK Arena and knowing the things that I know about the genre and the things that people find impressive specifically about AFK Arena within the genre, my concern is that I'm just going to be disappointed by any other game in that genre. But I could try it. Just for yawn, shits, and or giggles. Because, yeah, like, I really do like team building dynamics. I do find those very fun. Like, coming up with, like, build compositions and stuff like that. I generally speaking, do not tend to agree much with, like, the kind of stuff that the content creators have to say about things. Like, there's some stuff that's, like, meta stuff that's fairly objective, where it's like, okay, this character for this style of content is just kind of necessary, right? Like, this character breaks this content in a way that everyone in the top 50th percentile is going to be using them, right? Like, that you just have to use them because they're just that broken, even at low tier. So you'll occasionally have stuff like that where you just need specific utility, but the general build advice I tend to find questionable. I mean, aren't they both like building a party to do combat games? I tried out it's called like Star Rail or something. I tried that game out at some point, and like sometime in the last few months, and it was just like, oh, okay, this is not that interesting. If it's an action game, I'm not really that interested. Like the thing is that like if I'm playing an action game that was designed for a phone, there is no follow up to that sentence because I'm absolutely not playing an action game designed for a phone. If they designed an action game with the intention of it being played on a phone, they can fuck off. I'm not playing it. I absolutely refuse to interact with a phone UI for an action game. Having to deal with the phone UI for menu-based games is bad enough. Hey, Live and Love. Is the audio weird? Oh, the audio for me or the audio for the game? No. It's not about support. It's about who they designed the UI for. Kind of like, remember all the strategy games? Like, remember the Dragon Age series past the first one? And how they were all designed for consoles, and so they were complete garbage to play? Because they were supposed to be strategy games, but you couldn't play them as a strategy game because they were designed for a thinger? No. I'm talking about the user interface choices that go into making a game for a phone. I'm not talking about the whether it supports something else. That's a different dynamic. Because like if you build like a top-down tactical RPG for a console, I lied. You don't do that. Not anymore. No one does that anymore. So Dragon Age went from being a top-down tactical RPG to being like an action RPG, to the extreme detriment of the series as a whole.
No room.
Now that's not to say that like the game was bad. It's to say that like it's no longer a top-down. You know, if I'm looking to play a game in the style of Dragon Age, I can't play any other games in the Dragon Age series because the series doesn't make games in that genre anymore. I've found that basically every game that was designed for phones does not run well on computers. One of the things that's interesting that I have noticed, which is just truly wild, is that I don't know how the horse game runs on a phone, but I believe Northern Lion when he says that it runs better on his phone than it runs on his behemoth of a machine, because the game is built on an assumption of continuous connection in a way that is not the way that PCs do it. Like the netcode, when the netcode for whatchamacallit, the netcode for the game is clearly like phone netcode. And so what happens is every time you press a button, there's a buffer time where it says connecting. every single time, over and over and over again. Like every few choices, it'll delay for like a few seconds while it loads something from the servers. And on the phone, most likely the connection that they have is just a more stable connection because they've written it for the phone. And then when you get it onto the PC, it's just like good fucking luck. And it's not like, it doesn't make it unplayable, but it turns the user interface from a user interface that's normal to a user interface that's like Pokemon. Like you'll recall, every time I play a Pokemon game, I am complaining about the user interface. Every single time, because the user interface has no respect for my time. It's not responsive, right? Pokemon has garbage user interfaces. Absolute bottom tier every time, right? Oh, that's lava. Huh. Well, let's not fall in that. So, but yeah, this is the thing. Because of the fact that we're having this conversation, I will try it. I will try this game because I want to be able to complain about the UI. Well, it's not even just about talent and research. Part of it is about optimization, right? Like it's like the user interface of Pokemon isn't bad because it looks bad, which is the thing that I think requires the talent and the research. The thing that's bad about the Pokemon UI is every time you press a button, it takes 3/4 of a second for that button to do the thing that you want it to do. So so a person comes up to you and talks to you. The first line of dialogue comes up, and now it's gone. And now the second line comes up, and now it's gone. And there's no way to do it quickly. There's no way to interact with the UI quickly and responsively. You open up your menu, right? Like everything is slow. And it's like my machine that I'm using for this could have run NASA, right? This machine could have run NASA. How is it unable to quickly respond to my inputs? And the reason is not because the technical performance is bad, right? In the sense of like it's under optimized, like it's not actually lag. The user interface is coded those delays into it. Those delays are coded into the user interface to force you to spend time. It's like 100% deliberate that those things are happening. And I don't know why they make it that way, but I do find it incredibly annoying, right? Like when developers don't have respect for my time. Look, if you want to build a mechanic that is going to involve me grinding for 600 hours, okay? I'm fine with that. If it requires 600 hours because your UI takes 3 seconds to load, no. If I'm grinding for 600 hours, all 600 of those hours need to feel like they're punchy, right? Like that UI, the UI of Disgaea, that shit's fast. You do combat in Disgaea, that shit's fast. You put that thing on ultra speed, you turn off the combat animations, you do all the things. It's like the only limiting factor in how quickly you get through like item world in Disgaea is how quickly you put those inputs in. And you can put those inputs in as fast as you can do it because the UI, when you press down, it goes down now. It doesn't wait 3/4 of a second. Let's see. Someone basically figured out a way to just adjust the basic config files to change the load time from 5 minutes to 30 seconds without changing the hardware that it's running on. That's rough. That's real rough. The thing that is annoying for me is that like to complain about modders again. To complain about modders again. When people make fan games of Pokemon, they inherit the UI issues that Pokemon has. They don't actually change the user interface to make it more usable. Like, they just leave the, like, incredibly long, ludicrous delays in that are just such a pain in the ass to deal with. And it makes me sad. It makes me very sad when I have to deal with that kind of stuff. Because I like Pokemon type stuff, right? Pokemon is similar to the horse game. It fills a similar niche in terms of, like, okay, we're doing the raising and the breeding and the IVs and the EVs and the this and the that. And the, there's a lot of stuff that's overlapping in terms of, like, what it is that I like about these two things. The nice thing about the horse game is that Pokemon is like one of a billion combat simulators. The horse game isn't a combat simulator. It's not about fighting. And in my old age, I am kind of tired of fighting all the time. Like, I'm happy to play video games where I fight
This item's weak.
for 80% of my time playing video games.
This item's weak.
I would like the last 20% of my time playing video games
We
to
don't need
not
it.
be about
We don't
killing
need it.
things. Just like, I'm just
This
tired.
item's weak.
I'm
This
tired. I
item's
don't want to kill things all day. That's just not what I want. I would like there to be some diversity in my life. And it's really hard to get. Almost all video games that are mechanically
Jump.
things that I'm interested in are about killing things for no reason. Right? Like, it's kind of crazy to think that games with, like, leveling systems, so games about developing skills and upgrading, are almost universally murder simulators, considering that that's the opposite of doing murder. Right? Like, raising and developing someone is, like, whether it's yourself or others, right? Depending on whether you're doing something where you're training other people or you're supposed to be, like, putting your own character in there. Either way, for me, like, I don't identify with any of the characters that I'm playing in a video game. They're a character that I am training. But, like, when I'm doing those kinds of games, it's like, man, just give me more games where I'm training someone to, like, be good at a thing. I guess the thing is that I guess the answer to that is maybe, like, sports games, but those are all, like,
We don't need it.
that's, like, completely impenetrable because it's all based off of, like, real sports organizations now that I don't know anything about and don't particularly care about, and, like,
This item's weak.
so, like, I guess maybe, like, if I was playing one of the FIFA games, I'd get some of that. Like, maybe that is the genre that I'd be looking for, is to get into, like, the FIFAs
Jump.
or something like that. But I don't know that I can do that. I don't know that I can live that life. Oh yeah, like the
Thanks.
so, not to bring it back to capitalism, but the depths to which the game development industry goes to prevent any meaningful unionization of their staff
Can I
is
help you with anything?
huge. And if you get a bunch of working class people in the same room, they eventually are going to, and you abuse the shit out of them, eventually they will start talking about unionizing. So you have to make sure that they are not talking to each other. It is incredibly important that they not be talking to each other. That is a core component of the strategy,
Thanks.
is that you cannot allow these people to talk. Everybody needs to be at-will employees, or better yet,
Anything you want?
not your employee at all, which is how most of it's done. Most of it's done with people who aren't even your actual employees,
Thanks a lot.
right? Maybe they're an employee of a subsidiary, maybe they're not, but these people are not part of the same organizational chart. And that's actually like a core component
This I
of the labor strategy
Thanks.
of the game
Come
industry.
again.
Can I help you with anything?
Because it allows them to do stuff
Thanks.
like just liquidate an entire studio as soon as they talk about forming a union, right? Which has been done recently, right? They'll just liquidate entire companies because the employees start talking about collective action. Like a big company with a lot of employees
Can I help you with
is
anything?
um,
Thanks. Come
is a
again.
vulnerability. How could it not be capitalism involved? It's literally your company. Corporation is like the fundamental structure of capitalism. Like, you can't have a corporation that's not related to capitalism. A corporation can't exist outside of capitalism. You can have things that are akin to corporations. Like, the state is functionally a corporation with a monopoly on violence, but a corporation in the sense that you have a private ownership group that profits off of the labor that other people do with a factory, intellectual property, whatever, that is owned by the capitalist, that is fundamental to capital. Like but that's the thing, right? You have to have a job, right? The problem with game development studios is not the people who work in game development studios not having enough passion. The problem with game development studios is that the business people that run the corporation are explicitly designing the entire structure of the organization to maximize the exploitative value that they can get out of people who have passion, right? The creative industries are way more exploitative than you can get in like sewage management, right? Sewage management has better pay, better hours, and better everything than you're going to get out of a game developing company because the people in game development have passion. You can get away with not paying writers. You can get away with not paying visual artists. You can get away with not paying programmers because they're all a bunch of nerds, right? Speaking as nerd and technically programmer. Very technically. I have a programming background. And I dabble occasionally. I have a game project that I'm working on that I'm using some Python for. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Do I remember what a function is? Maybe, occasionally. Do I remember the name for a function? I know how a function functions, but I've never worked with a development team. I only work on projects by myself, so I don't need to remember the names of the systems that I'm using. But like the corporate structure of the game industry, everything wrong with the game industry is directly tied to like capitalism, right? The death of Blizzard is because of capitalism. It's specifically because of it. The death of New World Computing. New World Computing was killed by venture capitalists. That's what happened to the Might and Magic series. The Might and Magic series was killed by venture capitalism explicitly. Like, this industry is full of promising development teams that one person owns the entire operation, and they either choose to do bad things or sell the company to people who choose to do bad things, and it fucks everything. And the only reason that can happen is because it's not a worker co-op. The people who work in a game development company don't own it, but they should. Every corporation should be a worker co-op. If you're gonna have a corporation, the workers who work there should own it. And that means the current workers. If you currently work at this company, you have partial ownership of this company. There should not be a guy who owns the company and can destroy it at will. That's a crazy thing to have, and we see the destructive elements of that in the game industry in particular all the time. But in addition to like the destructive elements where it happens like on a micro level, looking at the AAA industry and how it's designed, everything about the design of the AAA industry, everything wrong with AAA gaming is tied to either sweetheart deals with NVIDIA. The reason that everything is poorly optimized is because NVIDIA wants everything poorly optimized, and they will pay companies to make sure that their games are badly optimized so that people need to buy the new NVIDIA cards, okay? This has been proven. So that's a thing. And then in addition to that, you have like companies being structured to maximize their ability to cull their workforce without causing any disruption to their overall corporate line, right? The number of game development companies in Singapore don't make video games. They make pieces of video games for like fucking how am I forgetting the names of for like Activision. They're making a piece for the bigger companies that are making a game, and they just make they construct this piece in whole cloth. The reason for that is not an accident that that's happening. The reason is so that if the people who are making this piece try to unionize, you get rid of them immediately. You have alienated the staff so that nobody's under the same workflow, nobody's talking to each other, and nobody's even working for the same company. They're all working for different companies. And by doing it that way, they don't have to worry about labor unionizing. And that's why they do it. There's not another reason for it. That's the reason, is to prevent labor from unionizing and forcing them to pay what the labor is worth, or forcing them to stop sexually harassing them, or torturing them, which is a thing that happens occasionally in gaming, or doing all sorts of other crazy shit that's detrimental to people's health, right? Like, when I was growing up, the game industry was understood to be an industry for people who are under the age of 30, because anyone over the age of 30 is going to get a different job because they actually have a life. You can't be in the game industry over 30. And the reason was because it was so toxic and abusive. And these days, those kinds of behaviors has spread out into other industries to a large degree. But let's see. Well, the reason for that is, again, just due to a combination of sweetheart deals with people who don't want things optimized, spyware that they're installing on your computer, so everything that they're doing, they're taking 10 times as long because they got to sell your information to OpenAI, right? Like, they have to sell your information somehow, so every game has to be always online so that they can spy on every button press that you do. And every time them spying on your fucking button presses, that takes CPU power from your machine, right? That's CPU power that you have to do. The reason everything is worse is because they made it worse on purpose. And they made it worse on purpose because capitalism. Because it makes them profit, or it subjugates the working class, or they're dumb. And the reason that they can make these decisions as idiots is because of capitalism. It's not partially true. That is like every single thing. If you dig deeply, it's kind of like how if you ever have a question of like, what is this crazy America-specific thing that only America does? They only do it in the United States, and it's very specific to them, and everyone hates it. Why does it exist? The answer is always anti-black racism. That's why. the answer is always anti-black racism if you look at the specific Americanisms that everybody hates. That I am specifying the things everybody hates, right? Like, think about, like, town councils, right? Town councils. Being an IT manager doesn't make you an expert on economics, I'm afraid. The things that people say are their reasons for doing things are not the reasons that they do the things. They do the things because the systems in place require specific outcomes. Like, as a middle manager in a corporation, you are not expected, and you are hopefully not aware of the reason that the CEO wants to do the things they want to do. Right? So why don't you have time to optimize anything? Why don't you have the time for that? Is it not prioritized? Or is it prioritized that you not have time to optimize it? These are decisions that are made above your pay grade. Like, when they get a sweetheart deal with NVIDIA, they're not telling the programmers, hey, make it bad on purpose. They're just not giving the developers the time they need to do the things. And occasionally they will. Occasionally, like, make this bad on purpose is actually a thing that they will tell you to do. But, like, it's not like... So, do you hire the staff? Are you the one who decides how much money is going to go to stock buybacks and how much money is going to go to overhead? Yeah, why are you a third of the team from 5 years ago? How much money has your company bought in stock buybacks in the last 5 years? You think it's an accident you only have a third of your team? It's not an accident. It's capitalism. It's what it does. It just makes everything worse on purpose. It's not all on. Let's be clear. It's not all on purpose. The goal is not always to make things worse, but it often is to make things more. The goal to make things more profitable often makes it worse, right? The means by which you monetize a thing makes that thing worse. So if you had 3 times as many people on staff, do you think that maybe you could do both? Like, if you had triple the staff? Or, shall we say, adjusting for inflation, you had quadruple the staff? And, you know, that's fair, because, like, it's going to get deleted anyway in 3 years. But why is it getting deleted in 3 years? And that's really the thing. If you ask, like, 1 or 2 extra questions, it always comes back to because stockholders want to do more stock buybacks. The CEO is doing more stock buybacks, and, like,
Thanks.
well, revenue doesn't matter anymore to modern corporations. So if they're telling you something about revenue, that's not really important. You mentioned that you work for a big tech company. Big tech companies run on venture capital. They don't run off of revenue. $20 million in negative revenue is nothing. In fucking big tech? Come on. YouTube has never made a profit. They haven't made a profit a single year. Google doesn't make a profit. Nobody makes a profit in tech. All that money's coming from venture capital. It's all coming from venture capital. It's like revenue. Anytime someone talks about revenue with you, that's actually like one of the business people. If they're using revenue to like describe why they're doing a thing, they're simply lying. They don't care about revenue. Nobody in the industry cares about revenue. Nobody in most industries cares about revenue now. Because the core function is stock value. The price of stock is the thing that defines whether a company is successful or not. because it defines how much money they can raise and how much they can borrow from banks and things like that, right? Like, to give you an idea, there have been almost no movies in history that have ever made a profit. Every movie loses money on paper. And the reason that every movie in Hollywood loses money on paper is because actors get a cut of their profits. And so they just change the accounting to ensure that every single movie runs at a loss. And the movie didn't actually lose money. The company made money. It's just they didn't make money on the movie. They made money on something else that isn't the movie. Just magically, the money just came out of the ether. It's kind of like how a good thing that is a similar... That's not true, Livimov. Have you heard of Tesla? Tesla doesn't make cars. They're a non-existent company. They don't do anything. They have no revenue. But they're the most valuable car company in the world. They don't make cars. There's like 15 Teslas in the world. Like, go look at how many cars Ford makes and look at their market cap and look at Tesla's market cap and how many it makes. You can 100% get by purely on hype forever in the modern economy. The stock market has no bearing on the actual revenue, like wins and losses of the company, and hasn't for a very long time. Especially these days, it has no actual relationship because with there being fewer and fewer capital holders, there's fewer and fewer people who have money. More and more of them are making decisions based off of class interest as opposed to making decisions based off of their immediate financial interest, right? That's why big tech companies get away with not making a profit, is because they don't need to make a profit to be valuable to the people that own them, right? Also because you can just do Ponzi schemes, right? In what way is Amazon the opposite? Amazon makes revenue now, probably. But it didn't for a long time, and it never had to. It could have gotten away on hype forever. It just would have required that they have the right hype. Well, just because... Do you think that because something being profitable makes its stock go up, means that something being unprofitable makes its stock go down? Those are unrelated phenomena. It's a gambling thing. This is all based off of human behavior, and human behavior is the defining thing with thing. And the reason that Amazon was growing is because of hype. Amazon is a service that relies fully on hype, right? If nobody knows what Amazon is, then Amazon doesn't make any money, which is not true for every company. Palantir doesn't need you to know what Palantir is in order for them to make a profit. So with Amazon specifically, there is a direct correlation between the thing that makes them successful at generating revenue and the thing that makes them successful in the stock market, which is hype. Hype makes them successful in both cases. That's the thing. That's the selling point of the company, is hype. Same is true for social media companies to a degree, but social media companies don't make money, right? So like if you look at Amazon and you compare its hype, what you'll find is that Amazon's like stock skyrocketing follows the same trajectory as Twitter or Facebook, not the trajectory of Walmart. Because Walmart isn't hype-based. Walmart has to sell shit in order for its revenue to go up in the places that it already exists. Amazon exists everywhere immediately. It just needs to actually have people know about it, right? So as a hype-based business, it's almost impossible to separate the way that like the stock thing works compared to the actual revenue of the company, because they're so directly intertwined. But again, Amazon follows the same trajectory that social media companies do. I don't think any of them make money, actually. Give me a second. I'm pretty sure that... And by the way, nobody pays dividends anymore. It's all stock buybacks. Stock buybacks have largely replaced dividends. So, Twitter dividend payouts. Twitter has not recently paid a dividend and is not expected to in the future. Has Twitter ever paid out dividends? Has Meta ever paid out dividends? There have never been any dividends coming out of Twitter. What are you talking about? How was Twitter a bad example? Twitter is the largest company, the largest social media company. Okay, give me a second. Facebook. Because Meta isn't just Facebook. Let's see. Okay, so... Okay, Meta might be the only company in this industry that's making any money. Because their net income is actually like a third of their revenue. They're actually making money. That is not typical for this industry. But Meta is also a very weird company. Right? Meta is a very strange company that is not really terribly comparable to most social media platforms, because it's not a social media platform anymore. It's now like so much shit. Let's see. Like, how much money is Facebook getting, or sorry, is Meta getting from the government? Like, how much are they being paid by the military-industrial complex? Which is something that most social media companies don't get to have. But as a VR company, they're definitely making money off of the US military. So... they did mass layoffs in 2022. But yeah, to give you an idea of how irrelevant revenue is and profit is, Facebook in 2022, Meta in 2022 did mass layoffs because they had a decline in profit. When their fucking profit margin is 30%. They have like a huge margin of profit on this company. And they're like, oh, we made less money. We need to fire everybody. And the reason that they fired everyone is not because they weren't making profit. It's because they need to respond to the stock market, which is where their actual money is. The actual money for the company, the actual value of the company to the people who own it is the stock market, not the profit that they generate, right? Otherwise, when they made slightly less, income, their response would not be to massively slash their employees. You mass slash your employees because that's what the capital class wants you to do in response to a decline in growth, right? But that specifically is tied to venture capitalism and stock buybacks and things like that. That's tied to the modern stock market. That's not Man, if you have a decline in profits and you start firing a bunch of people, your company is dead. That's the opposite of what you need to do to get a flagging company back on track. You need more money invested to get things on track. Right? So that's the thing, right? Like the thing that they care about is the stock market. Even if they do have all of the profit in the world, it doesn't matter if that profit that they have is slightly less than the growth expectations from the last quarter, at which point they just have to start mass firing employees. Because mass firing employees does not improve the company's prospects. You can't make more profit with less employees. It's purely a thing you do to manipulate the stock price. It just is. That's what it is. Like, look, speaking as someone who grew up in the household of a person who's actually in these meetings, okay? My father was a corporate director. He was a director at a company. He's in these meetings. Yes. You do. Getting a bailout, yes, exactly. You're getting money. Your revenue doesn't increase when you fire employees, by the way. Revenue is the money that you have coming in. Profit is the money that you have after you've paid everything, right? Revenue goes down if you fire people. There's no way that you get more revenue out of less employees, right? You cannot get more revenue out of fewer employees. If you had more employees, you would have more productivity. By definition, you'd have more revenue. The question of whether you'd have more profit depends on a variety of factors, right? But what firing employees does is it manipulates your quarterly reports in a variety of ways. And in a time period like we have today, where the capital class is explicitly waging war on the working class, firing employees is simply considered good practice. If you fire employees, billionaires will be happy that you fired them. You don't need a reason. It is an end in itself. Reducing the number of people that you are paying is a thing that, if you listen to any financial people, you don't even have to listen to billionaires when they're talking on hot mics. If you listen to anyone in any finance sector talk, getting rid of your employees is an end in itself for these people. It's not about making more money. It is about punishing the working class. It is about ensuring that they don't get uppity. So if you fire a bunch of employees, even if it reduces your profits this quarter, which it generally won't, it takes time for the penalties to start accruing. Even if it generated a profit decrease for this quarter, you would still get more investor income, because you're doing something that they consider to be an intrinsic good. They considered it intrinsic good to fire people. Right? And that's not questionable. Like, if you just listen to any finance people anywhere on earth, they talk about it in public. They'll talk about it on Fox News. They'll talk about it on MSNBC. They'll talk about it on CNN. They'll talk about it on the BBC. They'll talk about it on any platform that you will listen to, where you listen to anyone who's talking finance. They will all tell you firing employees just for the lulz is good and you should do it. And that's why they do it, because they consider it an intrinsic good, and it stabilizes their stock price as a result of that. It's not because it actually helps their profit margins, because mass layoffs indicate, in any sane world, mass layoffs would result in in your stock crashing. If you're doing mass layoffs, that indicates that you have bad management. There is no way that you have good management and you're doing mass layoffs. Mass layoffs is a thing that you do because you have not managed your staff. It's a thing that you do because either you actually have too many staff and you have so many additional staff that you need to cull the herd, in which case your company is terribly run, and if you don't replace the entire management committee, If you don't replace everyone in the management committee, then you might as well not have done anything because your management is incompetent, right? If you were to go back 30, 40 years and talk to the kinds of people that, my dad was in the same room with, that's what they would say. If you talk to people now, often the same fucking people, right? If you talk to the same fucking people today, it's like, oh no, well, obviously you need to fire everyone because it's just an intrinsic good to fire everyone. But it wasn't considered an intrinsic good to fire everyone 40 years ago. Yeah, and good luck with like doing AI automation. The convenient thing is that corporations don't actually care about quality of anything, right? So they don't actually give a shit about whether the quality tanks. What am I doing in this country? We need to talk to Archibald. Are we actually? No. We have to go to the control center as well. All right. We need to grab the thing. Is it already here, or do I need to talk to the kid? I do need to talk to the kid. Hello, child. Hello.
Master Nikolai Iron Fist, Prince and heir to the throne of Enroth.
So funny. Today has been the day of horse game and anti-capitalist ranting. That's what today is. It's a good day. Oh, do I need to actually talk to the kid again?
Master Nikolai Iron Fist.
Yeah. Oh, yes, because I needed the thing that allows us to get into the place, and then I need the... Yes, we already killed the dragon.
Master Nikolai
we did that a
Iron
while
Fist,
ago.
Prince and heir to the throne of Enroth.
I somehow warped through the floor. Yeah, we did that when we first got to Mire the Damned. Possibly. It might have happened in one of the ones that it took me longer to get the VOD
Master
uploaded.
Nikolai Iron Fist, Prince and heir to the throne of Enroth.
I do have a terrible memory, so it is possible for me to think that I've done a thing and not have done it, but no, we've definitely done it. We just talked to him. Okay, so we've completed that. This is still our highest level area. We need to go to the control center now, I think. We only have a couple areas left in 6. 6 is almost done, which is kind of exciting. Oh, you know what we should do? You know what? Maybe we should do that. No. That's no. If I do that, then I have to do that, and if I have to do that, then we're gonna be here forever. We're never gonna finish. I was gonna say maybe when we finish doing this, we I already talked to him. I just talked to him about heroes. He said it's always nice to talk to heroes of their own. Why'd you go down? Come back up.
I've been expecting.
Okay, we can go into there.
I've been expecting.
Let's invis up.
I've been expecting.
The
Let's investigate.
Okay. Oh. It's so funny being durable. Our party isn't actually that squishy. Okay, we got it with the fire blast, so we're probably fine. Yeah, luckily we don't have to deal with the eradication effect anymore, because that's interesting, I didn't see the projector. I think my whole party is immune to status effects, but they might not be. It's fine. It's fine. I don't have to worry about the eradication effect, because they'll eradicate me if they get me. It's not entirely true. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Cassowary is gonna go so hard now. Cassowary is gonna... This is now a Cassowary solo. You know, I feel like a solo run with a dragon would actually get pretty chill toward the end, because like, just think of how high level we could be, and like how like Cassowary right now kind of feels like a solo character in terms of like how like overwhelmingly destructive they are. I do feel like a dragon solo might go real hard. Yeah, I was expecting them to fall off, and they just haven't. There hasn't been a point where Cassowary has fallen off. They have been strictly chilling for a very long time. Let's take a look at how much damage we have from just Cassowary. Cassowary... Woo? Okay, yeah. So, how's Cassowary 52% of my healing, too? This is rude. Because they're the only one who can take damage. It makes sense. You know, only 80%. Only 80% is coming from Cassowary. So, look, Cassowary isn't carrying 100%. You know, they're only doing 80% of the party's damage by themselves. They're only doing 8 times the damage of the next highest person on the list. Oh, we're in the green. Let's go. Okay, we'll save. We save this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to invis first. We're going to invis, and then we're going to save this under dungeon. Yeah, I have, you know, been very pleasantly surprised. You know, I've seen people complaining that the dragons are weak, and then the dragons got buffed, and then they got like weakened again or something, and people were like, oh, this might be an over nerf, and I don't know, man. I feel like I keep expecting the dragon to fall off, and Cassowary just keeps trucking, you know? Cassowary is simply the GOAT. And for most of the game, we have not had... Oh, you're probably below me. We have not had the thing that gives us the ability to get our recoil back immediately. Just imagine how crazy Cassowary would have been. Like, how hard Cassowary would have gone with that in place for the entire run. Right? Like... And the other characters are starting to do some damage, right? They aren't doing nothing. And the ability to do indirect damage and stuff like that is certainly useful.
Okay.
And the other thing to bear in mind, I will say, one issue that a solo dragon would have, a solo dragon would not have all of these buffs. So the rest of the party is supplying buffs, but it is kind of funny to think that the dedicated past caster party has such a sizable amount of like buff bot energy for the dragon in the party. a little unexpected. Not what I was anticipating happening here. I'm not looting all these blasters. I'm leaving the blasters here. I don't care. I don't have to care. We don't have to deal with the immune to everything except energy damage. Whoops. Maybe. It's actually hard to say, because level is going to give you, like, extra HP, but, like, we have 78 dragon ability. You know, if we triple our level, we're not doubling our dragon ability. I don't think. Like, the amount of extra cost... oh god, my dragon also does do energy damage. I forgot about that. The core would be fine. Both of them are immune, actually, I believe. Or, okay, so I'm so happy that Astro Kitty's here for this, because Astro Kitty's the one who keeps correcting me on the immunities. Is it that they're both immune? Or is the queen not immune? Because we confirmed this sometime recently. I was corrected on this, and I don't remember which direction the correction was. In base, they were both immune. Okay.
Got it.
Merge and Maw is weird. Well, yeah, in Maw specifically, nothing's immune to anything, I think, right? Like, all the immunities have now been purged from Maw, so they're both going to be heavily resistant to everything. Which also means they'll be heavily resistant to energy damage, right? Because energy damage just uses the lowest of your resists now, so there isn't going to be a way to, like, bypass their immunity. Which is maybe an oversight, actually. That's maybe something to talk about with the dev team, because it feels weird for the blasters to lose out on the thing that makes them unique, which is their ability to pierce immunity. So maybe if energy damage, pierce resists, but only because like the issue is that Dragon Breath would definitely not. You wouldn't want Dragon Breath to bypass resistance, right? You wouldn't want that. But, I mean, you would if you wanted dragons to be extremely broken. But, like, blaster damage? I wouldn't mind blaster damage bypassing resistances. Blasters are all so garbage. Like, you can't make a good blaster. So, it might be kind of fun. I don't know. It might not matter because blasters are so irrelevant in Maw. That it just doesn't... It's not worth interacting with as a mechanic, but... Okay, we hit something there.
Yes, we've done it.
In Maw, do these have the multi-hit that they have in vanilla? Does the map still do the weird thing where the every enemy, like, hits 3 times instead of once? Because I don't think I've been hit multiple times, or on multiple targets. Do I want to approach from this angle? If I... Oh! Hey, we got disintegrated by something outside of a map. How about that? How about that? Okay, is this the place that we haven't been? It sure is. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Okay. Rude. Jump is such a fun spell. I really love it. It just makes me happy to jump. It has like the really pleasant boing noise. Look at how much easier things are if you just do them correctly. Okay, that was maybe not how I should have handled that. Okay, so that's done. I think there's more enemies in here. There's a switch. Is this an Astro Kitty original? Did Astro Kitty tell me about this switch? Wait, I play these games way too much to have so many things that like one particular person just keeps telling me over and over and over again, and eventually it sticks. For like my entire childhood, I always thought that door just wasn't openable. Like, deliberately. Like, it was just, because there's some doors here that I think are just broken and not meant to be open, and I think I thought that was one of them. Like, this door is broken. Like, this is not an open... Is there a switch in here? No. That door is broken. It doesn't open. How sure am I of that? Well... I'm relatively close to sure. I'm semi sorta confident that door doesn't open. This does open. Huh. Okay, let's save this again. We've got most of this done. That's exciting. We're going to finish the caster run, and then we're going to be able to jump straight into Silksong. And that's really exciting. I really hope that everyone else also enjoys Silksong. Because, like... I love Metroidvanias. They make me happy. And I would like to share that happiness with other people. They're not the kind of thing that I want to have as, like, my, like, private, like, I do this by myself and nobody else. Like, there's some stuff that's, like, mathy that I'm like, yeah, nobody else needs to be involved with this because nobody's gonna be interested in the way that the gameplay works. Like, for some math stuff, the gameplay, I think, works for it. And other stuff, I just don't think that it does necessarily. And for some stuff, I think that it works, but only if, like... only for, like, certain audiences. Like, I used to do, like, the Persona series on stream, and I actually just don't know that doing Persona on stream is, like, the right angle. Because it is very mathy, but... It's also, like, got a huge amount of just narrative that, like, I just don't like doing narrative stuff on my stream that much. Like, I'm not that... I like to be the center of attention, you know? I don't know. I feel weird. It feels like I'm stealing content to be watching a cutscene. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. But it also feels disrespectful to just skip the cutscene. This is like the dynamic that I run into where I'm like, I don't want to... Similar to how, like, when I'm playing, like, the horse game, right? I'm like, okay, well, I need to do the career on all of these people and watch the career because it feels too, like, math nerd. Almost, but not even math. It's almost like, you know, I'm disrespecting the art form to, like, only interact with their math and completely ignore their plot. Which, admittedly, is kind of how I interact with the visuals in every video game, because I do not care about visuals. I could do with removing almost all visuals from almost all games, and I'd be fine with that. Because I just don't. I'm just not a very visually oriented person. It's partially the aphantasia, but plenty of people with aphantasia are visually oriented people. It's not exclusively that. The aphantasia just makes it easier. Like easier to be as visually disinterested as I am, because as soon as I look away from the screen, the visuals don't exist anymore. I mean, unless I look at a different screen that also has the same image but in a tinier box. But you get the idea, right? Like, you know, I didn't even consciously press that S button. I didn't do that on purpose. I don't know how that happened. My characters are just on autopilot. They've been well trained, and now they're accomplishing our objectives on their own. Yeah, not a lot of loot in here, unfortunately. It's basically all blasters. And, like, duplicate quest items that we don't need. I do appreciate that. Having a bunch of duplicates for the quest items that were such a pain in the ass to get before is a, I think, very funny thing. Like, that's a fun and cute, like, nod to how hard it was to get the things, is to be like, yeah, there's actually like 50 of them right after the place that you needed them, because that's the place they came from. Like, it makes world building. Who just shot me? Actually, though, who shot me? Who did that? Was it you? Did you shoot me around that corner because it curved at the last second? Okay, that was pretty far away. I don't know how that hit me, but that's rough. We lost a lot of progress to that. Let's see. I think I need to figure out what I'm gonna do here. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna pop in here and kill all of you again. Once we kill these, I think we go save again. The issue is that it's just a pain in the ass to go far enough to do it, because this is not that huge an area. Okay. Look. Oh shit! Okay, that's toast. Where the fuck are you? Okay, you're in the next room. Gotcha. Okay, did we establish there wasn't anything in here? I think we did, right? Nothing at all? Correct, okay. We reorganized that, but there wasn't anything behind them, so we don't need to do the reorganization again. Okay, so I'm going to clear out this one that's already aggroed. And then we can aggro the ones that are easy to aggro.
It's a match.
Okay, this might kill me here. Fuck! You need... And you need to cure poison over here, because that character has way less HP. We have plenty of time. Okay. Cannot believe we survived that, but that's okay. That was a close call. Wow, that was a real close call. Oh, I'm just realizing that you have like 36,000 max HP. So it's actually a lot of work to get you back awake. Okay, you're gonna just go in that room. think we're gonna save after we kill this one. It's so funny. We did such a better job the first time. So that one's toast. The Sparks door is closed. Wait, have I? No, I have opened those doors. That's interesting. The Sparks door is closed again for some reason. Do all the doors close when you reload? Oh, the doors close when you reload, I think. Because, like, maybe not all of them, though. Because I know that I opened that door. Because there were enemies in there, I think. Maybe there weren't. Because there definitely aren't now, or I wouldn't have been able to save this. Oh, I didn't kill you? Who is firing? I guess they're just firing before they actually get into line of sight. They just think they have line of sight. There we go.
We've got it. We've got it.
Took out both of those.
Yes, we've got it.
Prematurely taking a shot is actually potentially very dangerous. Okay, we can't even hit them from here, I think. Oh, never mind, we can. Wait, it's a medium. No. Okay. Wait, are you upstairs? That must be upstairs. Oh, jeez. Everything's fine. I would give you very good odds that's upstairs. It's gotta be upstairs.
Yes, we've got it.
It's gotta be upstairs. Do we save? We should probably save. Actually, never mind. We only have 2 more saves. I should probably finish clearing this room or take a really nice, easy... maybe I should just take a nice, easy room. I'm worried that the other side of this... is going to really fuck me up, like hard. And I'm also worried that they're gonna fly in from the ceiling. So we're actually gonna go back upstairs, and we're going to invis and save while we're going up there. And then my hope, I'm realizing that I'm not necessarily gonna have an easy time doing what I want to do. That's fine. We'll work on it as we go. This, I think, goes to where I'm trying to get to. Oh, we got a map. I didn't even notice. This doesn't go where I'm trying to get to, does it? I think that goes to the main room that I was just in, though, which is good enough. You know what? That's exactly what I was intending to do, is get to this room so that I can kill the other side of this. This is definitely what I was intending to do. It's like, okay, let's take a safer route to deal with the other enemies here. Anybody else in this room? No, this room is empty now. So, with this room being empty, I can now go upstairs, and while upstairs, I should be able to get in the green easier than I can than I could before. So, is the way to get upstairs to go down? Is that it? Is it that you gotta get up, gotta get down to get up, maybe? Is it this way? It's maybe this way. I'm gonna save before we head over there, but now we head over. We go this way. This is correct. Okay. So, we've now cleared everything from this main room here as well. So our goal is to get into these corridors and take the appropriate pot shots necessary.
Yes, we've done it. Yes, we've done it.
Okay. So those are toast.
Yes,
That
we've
one's
done it.
toast. Fuck. Okay.
It's down.
Killed some stuff. Shot. Take a shot. Okay.
It is down.
Okay. Okay. All good, all good. Okay. Check here. All golden. Can we save over here? That'll be a good test. We can save all the way over here. I think I'm going to try to get this whole upstairs cleared, actually, before I save. So, I don't know where you're... You know, I could have gone invis. Okay, we can invis here. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna pop back invis to clear out all of these rooms. Because if we get a boss, that could be really dangerous. Okay, there is a shadow around here somewhere.
Easy slaying.
Okay. Where did you get here? It's like, where the hell did that one come from? Must have flown out the window. I think that some of them can fly out the window occasionally. I think I've seen them fly out the window in previous runs.
This one's
So that is a swapper. We do need to cure our weakness. Let's... We do have a boss there. Maybe we go down stairs and start clearing that room. I'm a little concerned that I'm going to get myself killed here. I'm not that concerned, though. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We don't need to know where that shadow enemy is. The fact that there's a shadow enemy hidden somewhere is no problem at all. Okay. And you are just standing here for some reason. Okay. Okay, so... Is it ever made clear why these droids are attacking me? You ever notice that, like, in, like, every, like, not every sci-fi, but basically, like, every video game, at the very least, like, the defense systems are always going to kill you, even if they're your own defense systems? I'm not even really sure why. Like, I don't know that it necessarily makes for a more interesting narrative. Like, I think it would be kind of cool to, like, do... Because, like, occasionally you do play a game where you have the ability to, like... Like, I think in, like, BioShock, you can, like, hack the turrets and stuff and have them get on your side, right? But, like, those are, like... enemy turrets. It's almost more common to be able to hack enemy turrets into joining your side than it is to be able to hack your own turrets into getting back on your side. Like the things that are supposed to be like the defensive things that are allied with you, right? Like
I've never seen one before.
you have like the dragon towers in this, right? The dragon towers don't attack like they don't attack hostiles. Like once they're fixed, they still don't attack dragons. They don't do their job. Like the gargoyles and stuff don't get attacked by the dragon towers. Now, it would probably be more of a hassle than anything if it did. But like even within the context of this game where you're fixing the defensive systems that are supposed to help you, that are supposed to be like anti-air, even with those systems that you fix, they don't end up on your side. Oh, did you just fly out the window? Is that what happened? I think once we clear this floor, we're gonna go outside. And just save. I think that's... Though, going outside to save is kind of a pain in the ass. Now that I think about it. Because going outside to save is going to require going outside twice. I have to leave this place and then also leave the other place. But that being said, it's probably for the best. Or I could just... Actually... Okay, the shadow enemy is in the final room, it looks like. It's in that final room. It's not up here. Yeah, we're getting in the yellow when we start getting toward that final room. We only have 83%. We have 20% of the dungeon left to do. I think I am going to make the executive decision that we're using an apple. We are cheating. We're using an apple. Is using an apple cheating? I mean, yeah, kinda actually. Like, look. So, look. According to some interpretations of my rules that are not very ingenuous, it's not cheating. I think that in maps that don't have like the completion message because there's no enemies in there, you don't get the ability to save willy-nilly. I could be wrong.
Who's next?
I don't care that much about doing a little bit of cheating just to speed things up a bit.
Yes, we've done it.
On the caster run, to be sure. Sometimes I'm more of a purist, but I don't think that we need to be a purist on the caster run. We literally were summoning wisps the other day. Speaking of summoning wisps, nah, we're not saved. We probably shouldn't. We probably shouldn't engage in dangerous criminal behavior like summoning wisps.
We've done it.
Well, you know, I certainly can't complain about this posture that they've taken on. What the fuck are they doing? Well, they certainly made that easy on me. Now we just need like a couple more of them dead and we can save the game in here. Map completed. Okay, we're gonna save the game. We're gonna invis. We're gonna save, and then we are going to have a let them fight moment because I just for shits and giggles I don't have a solid reason for it. I don't have any justification for this other than I think it's funny. We're summoning wisps because these are basically similar to wisps. No, don't run away. Don't run away. Go
Get
forward.
out of
You
here.
need to go into the
Stand
room so that
aside.
you all fight. Fight. Come on. I believe in you. Oh shit.
Seen one before.
Yeah, baby. Okay, what's gonna happen now is I'm actually gonna go invis. We're gonna go invis and then come back. What are you doing?
It's me.
Okay, this is gonna take a while, it turns out. Whoa, wait, you're almost dead! Are you almost dead because of them, or are you almost dead because of me? Did I almost kill you? I probably almost killed you. That's probably what happened. Okay, it occurs to me that this is gonna take way too long.
I've seen one before.
But you know what? I'm proud of you anyway, Will-O-Wisps. I'm proud of you.
Never seen
Good
one
job,
before.
team. Good job! You did it, guys! They actually did serve a very, very clutch purpose there, which is that I could target my Fire Blast onto one of them, which was the perfect in-between space to hit both of the enemies. Because I can't hurt them. The friendly fire's off. So, you know? I should summon wisps at the end of every map now. That's what I should do. To kill the last enemy in every map with wisps. This is cute. I like this. That's a cute chest. Yeah, they do tend to do that. They do tend to, this corner here. Yeah, they do tend to just stand in that corner and instantly evaporate you. Okay. I hereby proclaim you all super goobers.
There isn't any room.
You get a bunch of control cubes. Wait, what did I need? Did I need anything in here? Wait, am I just coming in here to get blasters? Is that literally the only thing I'm doing in here? That might be the only thing that I'm actually supposed to do in the... I think I'm just here for the blasters. Yeah, I don't actually have anything I'm supposed to be doing in here. This is just a place that I come to do some bullshit. Okay, so... Isn't there an artifact chest in this dungeon? I thought there was a chest that had an artifact in it. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was like one chest that had like some actual loot in it. But I'm probably hallucinating. No, you need the control cube to get in here. You need the control cube to get here. So we don't need them anymore. What the fuck? Are the guards attacking me?
I've never seen one before.
There are enemies still where? In the control center? Did I miss somebody? I don't think there's. Oh, no. Those are sparks. There's a room that has sparks that continuously spawn over there. Is this from me releasing? Yeah, this is from me releasing Archibald, I guess. I didn't realize that the guards all turned hostile. Is that because because my reputation's low? I wonder if they turn back. I wonder if they turn back. Whoa, we have like 4 levels stockpiled. That's pretty cool, Let's go over to Shadow Spire. Did we finish the Elemental Plane of Fire? Did we finish all the Elemental Planes? Do we have all those Heartstones now? We might. If we have those done, then we were almost done here, too. Actually, I'm not going to do this yet. I might just be turning in. I don't allow myself to use temples. I'll be able to do something to become friends again. I just have to save the world, and then they'll like me again.
No room. I have too much. No
It also doesn't really matter that much. Like... So the guards are trying to murder me. Big whoop. Big whoop. So we have another thinger now. We could actually finish the rewrite of this now if we wanted. Let's do that. What? Oh, jeez. Why? Why did all these balls work? I have plenty of space for them. Oh, is it because I had someone set to E?
We can train you.
Okay, we're doing no alchemy preference when sorting now because alchemy preference is including including crafting items. It looks like it's all crafting items, not just these. So it wasn't giving anybody else any of the. There's so many crafting embers and all this bullshit. It's fine. The inventory is fine. Everything's great. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we are purging off the speed, and we are actually we need to save this under caster save, and we're purging off the other thing. That's not the speed. That's not the speed. Let's get you up to speed. Okay. Okay, we purged that effect off. Let's save this under caster nonsense. Did we only bring one? We only brought one. What am I doing? What am I doing over here? Okay, save this under caster nonsense. There we go. So we got both of the effects that we were trying to get rid of gone. And now we get to use some of those ingredients from before. Why are all the weaker ones over here? This is... What is this? Oh, this is from me picking them all up.
No room.
This is probably from me picking them up. Okay. So we need maybe this, but probably a topaz. Okay. Air resistance, luck and meditation, luck. Reduce magic damage taken by 15%. is an effect that would be nice to have on somebody, actually. If I'm putting this on you, I actually wouldn't hate having that. And then I wouldn't need to boost this item. You know, I think I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to actually eat this effect. This is going on a character who, like, really struggles with taking... but basically dying instantly. So... This effect isn't This effect isn't made useless by the fact that I have shield cast, is it? Is this like just the shield effect and doesn't stack with shield, or is the shield effect but it stacks with shield? Let's see. Let's see. Preventer fixed what yet? Sorry. So the reason that happened is because I had one character set to take all of the alchemy items, and I have more than one character's worth of items. That's what ended up happening with that. I don't know that I would necessarily consider it a bug. It's not behavior that I would consider optimal. I don't know if the developer considers it optimal or not. Because the advantage of doing it that way is that then you know what stuff isn't going into that inventory. If that makes any sense?
I have too much.
This is presumably the top.
No room.
Okay. Because of the fact that I feel bad for our poor little Nosferatu here, I am going to just pump the shit out of this item. Which inventory is the full inventory bug? Because there's two ways for the inventory to be full at the same time. So the inventory can either be full because all of the slots are full, or it can be full because it has the maximum number of items that can fit in the inventory. And if rewriting it so that the maximum number of items that can fit into the inventory is the same as the max number of items that you can have in the inventory in total, I would. This is a thing that was talked about a while ago. I would assume that it's hard to fix. Like that might be hard to interact with. Why does this give me a 53% power boost? Oh, I don't have the weapon enchant scaling? Oh, right. Okay. Oh yeah, the degree to which we could actually power up some of these characters is actually really crazy. Oh, this is what I wanted. Now I remember.
I have too much.
There we go. That gives us an extra, 8 armor class. It's also funny because that's not an item that we're going to be upping the item level on with control cubes. So it's an item that doesn't really benefit from having its ascension level increased. It's just a terrible usage of resources to do that. But, that's just how we be sometimes. Now then.
We don't need it.
I should also figure out what item I want to copy. I could actually copy this and just slap it onto this character, but I don't think that effect is important enough to justify copying. Like, it's a nice item to copy, but I don't think it's an effect that we need to copy. Let's see, what was I doing? Okay, we need to talk to Xanthor. Let's talk to Xanthor before we do anything else. Let's talk to Xanthor Gum. It's so funny. Like, okay, so I just randomly thought of this, like, speaking of, like, random stories that I heard from my father. An example of, like, the kind of weird stuff that corporations do that, again, have nothing to do with actual profit and are just about manipulating stock values is, like, getting nice, clean curves. Is there was, as they were approaching, like, a new financial quarter, the company that he worked for realized that they had too much income for that quarter. Basically, they had too much money coming in, so they wouldn't have a clean growth curve. They would be having a spike in this quarter, and then the next quarter, it would slump. So it wouldn't be a nice, clean curve that investors like. And so the management of the company decided to buy a bunch of hardware that wasn't needed. Like, they just bought a bunch of computers for, like, an entire department that just didn't need new computers. They wouldn't need new computers for probably 15 years. Like, this is like people who got computers a couple years ago are getting a bunch of computers that they don't need, right? And they did it specifically so that their revenue, so that their profit for that quarter would be lower because they bought all this stuff. And they can account for it, and they can just pretend that it's a quarterly expense. There's fun things you can do with accounting where you can selectively choose whether or not you count something as this quarter's expense or something that's an expense for over the course of the next 10 years. You can spread it out or keep it in this quarter to get that nice, clean growth curve that you want. I also took accounting in college. So So the company literally bought a bunch of computers that nobody actually asked for or needed, right? In order to get that nice, clean growth curve that every corporation is looking for. And the reason they're looking for those growth curves is again, because investor money is all that really matters, right? And that was like 30 years ago. That was like a long time ago that they were already engaging in those shenanigans. And it's only gotten more extreme over time. Like, that kind of behavior is the driving behavior of, like, every decision that every company makes now. Yeah, like, you just change the financing on a thing to make it so that it's like, okay, well, this thing is an expense for this quarter. It's like, but aren't you going to use that for the next 15 years? Shouldn't that be, like, an expense that you account for over the course of the next 15 years? No. We're not doing that accounting, no. This is a this quarter expense because we want it to be a this quarter expense. Those kinds of decisions, like, I have enough knowledge of accounting from... I had like, a fairly, like... I took, like, a very baseline, low-level accounting class. And it was well, actually, I guess I took a couple. But the accounting classes that I took were really low-level accounting classes, but the guy who was running them was a really smart, good accountant, as far as I can tell. He sounded like a smart guy. He knew what the fuck he was talking about. And it was so funny being in his classes because everybody in his classes are business majors, and business majors are idiots, okay? Like, I can say this as a business majors are fucking morons. So, if you're looking at business majors at a community college, that is like, oh yeah, this person is a person who wants to make money and doesn't care how they make it and doesn't have a particular skill set, okay? They don't want to do the hard math. Because they take business calculus instead of real calculus. Not even kidding. My calculus credits didn't count. My calculus course didn't count when I switched from computer programming to business, which is certainly a choice. But when I made that swap, there was like, did I swap that way or did I swap the other? I don't remember which direction I swapped. No, I think I swapped that direction because I had a calculus course that didn't count because you needed to take business calculus, which is just a crappier version of the calculus class. It's like a less like you're a math nerd version of the class. It was way worse. The person in charge of it was not as nice. And by nice, I mean as nerdy and fun. I think, was it my calculus class that I had the German woman? No, I think that was some sort of like, that was some shape-based shit. That was some subset of geometry, I think. I don't think that was calculus. But I actually struggled in that class because I never actually went to class. But the preponderance of math professors who barely speak English and mostly are just like, oh yes, you are definitely a German from Germany, and you've learned you have learned some English, but you also are a math nerd, so maybe you haven't learned as much as you would have if the past 5 years you were actually going out and talking to people. So her accent was a bit rough to parse, but it was a fun class. It was a fun class, man. Anyway, yeah, accounting professor was... He was a fun guy. It was fun being in a class where, like, I don't remember if it was the first... I think it was the first year. In the first accounting class, the size of the class went from, like, I don't know, there were, like, 50, 60, 100... There was, like, it's like a full room of students. And then in... Not like a lecture hall. It wasn't that kind of a college. This is a community college. It basically is like a bit different than a high school, but like it's still it's college level courses, but like it's structured more like a high school than it is like a thinger. And I'm supposed to talk to some uncle. I need to check on my things. The course, the number of people in the class halved every time we took a test. So, like, we started out with some number of people. By the end of the course, there were, like, 5 people left in the class. Because every time we had a test, half the people would drop out of the class. And I don't really know why. Like, it was really basic accounting. Like, it's not hard. Like, if you took a computing class in school... you would probably like which a lot of school, like a lot of middle schools were doing at the time. Like you might like take Excel in that class, and then you basically know how to do everything that you needed to do before you even entered the building, right? Because it's all just like, okay, here's a spreadsheet, do a couple of things with a spreadsheet, put things in this column or this column, right? Like, not accounting is a very creative profession. It's like math, where it's like it's a very creative field, you know, or like programming. There's a lot of like really creative fields that involve math and stuff like that. And so like as a profession, I imagine that it's very difficult and interesting as a really base level course to take, like as an entry level course in community college. It's real easy. Like it's not complicated stuff. But you know, all of the business majors that I was, you know, going to school with were not necessarily prepared to do a little bit of arithmetic. You know, that might have been beyond them. those guys are clearly working down there, but they're doing their stuff that's supposed to cause noise. They're generating no noise up here. I'm on like low floors here. I'm like right next to them, and I just went in the kitchen and I'm like, oh, they're actually doing the like sawing or whatever they're doing. They're digging something up. They're making, noises that are very loud out there. Like nothing like any of the drilling that happens in the house. So I'm very happy for that. I'm actually a little surprised that they bothered to come up here, if we're being honest, to tell me that they're going to be making noise, because I just went over. I was like, at some point they're going to start making the noise. I took off my headset, walked over there. I'm like, oh, they're making the noise now. They're making it now, and I just can't hear it from this room. I guess maybe it would be a little annoying if I was like standing in my bathroom, like for some reason. If I was hanging out next to my bathroom window for 3 hours. Okay. I don't know. Do business majors still get like shat on these days? I don't actually know, because like I haven't been young enough that anyone was talking about college or university around me. Like nobody's talking about people's majors when you're 40. So like I know that when I was a kid, it was like a funny joke to be like, oh yeah, they're a business major. It's like, gotcha. Vaguely incompetent sociopath, I see. Again, look, people who share things in common with me, it's a red flag. Everything, look, just saying, sharing things in common with me is a red flag. I don't make the rules, I just make them up off the top of my head. Okay, so are we actually done with 8? Do we just need... Because we're not doing this because we sided with the necromancers. I guess we could try it. Can we figure out a mechanism by which we can get to Eclipse without aggroing the enemies? Because we did that in the that one guild. Like if we can find Eclipse. Does anyone remember which chest it's in? Because there's a lot of chests in this place. There are hostels in here. Oh, and I can fight the skeletons without fighting anybody else. Unfortunately, I'm gonna run into the issue that I'm trying to fight a boss and I can't hit it, but it can hit me. Okay, let's swap to... Actually, let's swap to Soldier Hunter. Okay. So we haven't aggroed them somehow. I don't know how that happened. But okay. Oh right, I can just yell at you and make you move.
Stand aside. Stand aside. Stand aside.
Do we save this? Okay, interestingly, okay, we're in the green here. I could just save. So we'll save this under danger. I actually don't know where this thing is, so we might be able to get there by just puttering around. It must be... Oh, whoops. I don't think it's down here. I think it might be in the initial rooms.
It's locked. Let's go.
So, I'm pretty sure... Yes, you're not going to let me open these doors without people turning hostile. Can I do it if I'm in biz, though? Like, will they... Yeah, they'll still talk to me if I do this. Yes.
It won't be any trouble.
Is this
This
Eclipse?
item's-
So Eclipse is right here. So... Is there a way for me to reach that... I need to reach the other side of the door without triggering them to do something.
You need a key to open this door.
I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna happen. There's probably a way. I know that there's a bunch of bugs that you can use to do cool stuff, like become really tiny and walk under doors, but I don't know how to actually do any of those. And I don't really engage in like speedrunner glitches and things like that. That's not really how I do things. A lot of my runs would get a lot easier if I was using speedrunning strats, right? So, like real speedrunning strats. I might make jokes about something being a speedrunning strat occasionally, or speedrunning tech, but like generally speaking, no. So we're not going to be able to do this, which means we can... I guess we just have to do the crystal. We're already heading into the crystal, I guess. I don't know what else I'm gonna do. We're very swiftly approaching the end game. So we're going to Shadowspire because we haven't trained yet, right? Correct. We have not trained. We're going to level up.
We can train you. Very good. Very
And then once we've leveled
Very
up,
good.
we'll have
Very
a
good.
bunch of time to spend before we die of exhaustion, which is very important. Let's see. We have a pretty good amount of regen. I think we're gonna pull the trigger on getting these up to 50 if we can. We can get all these to 50. Get them to 51. Okay. Okay, so we went from what, was that 45 that I was at? We got a 47? I don't know. We got a few points in everything there. That's pretty useful. You have Regeneration Expert. You don't have Master. Master Regen is in Murmurwoods. We're not going to Murmurwoods right now. So that's good to know, actually, that I have the ability to boost my regen on this character, which would be a good thing to do at some point. We have plus 58, so every 2 points that we put in is going to give us 1 point out the other end. I mean, every 2 points is worth 3 points, basically. Let's just invest to 70. We have 1,000 points to spend on you. I think we invest into light magic. To the expense of all... Yeah, I think we're just going to dive deep into light magic. We got light magic up to 70 now. You have everything where it needs to be. So let's just invest in vampire ability. I'm not going to worry about boosting my ascension for a while. I might take myself one level up in ascension at some point, but I don't even know that I will, honestly. My ascension right now is sufficient for me to, depending on what spells I'm casting, either have unlimited mana or have limited mana. It just depends on what spells I'm using. So, from my perspective, I think that we are in a good place at our current mana costs. So I don't want to increase it. Excuse me.
Join the party. Any delicacy you like. Join the party.
Fort Riverstride? Huh. I didn't realize that they copied the NPC over. That's very funny. It makes sense, because that's the NPC that teaches GM, but it's funny. Let's see. Go to Ravenshore, and let's blow through this. We have 13 minutes, but it's a pretty tiny dungeon. So let's see if we can blow through this place in 13... Did we actually sell our shit? Okay. I have plenty of inventory space. We're not going to... We haven't sold all of our shit. I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to... Future Arc is going to have a hell of a time. It's going to be Monday, right? Today's Friday, right? What day is it today? It's Friday. Future Arc is going to be so pissed. It's going to be... We're trolling that bastard so hard right now. Oh my god. Pranked! Okay, so all of them are dead. And we've burned through the opening. Are you at a... Oh, you only have 40% by default. Yeah, we definitely don't want you to do the thing. You know what? We have 17 food. We've just burned through the initial bit there. Maybe we just save. No, we don't save. We can do better than that. Though, if we do run into a boss at the start, we do just kind of die. There is that. There is that. Okay, we probably don't need you on Soul Drinker. That's probably unnecessary. Let's swap you to Toxic... No, we'll swap you to Shrapnel. Shrapnel's fun. Hey, we're in the green already? I wasn't expecting that. I thought that this place was going to be too big for that. Oh my god, we got a Scouring Pearl, and we got the thing to use it, the Hourglass. Let's go. Wait, is Future Arc not going to have to do this dungeon? Is Future Arc saved? Are we not pranking Future Arc? Is that what's happening? That might be what's happening here. Things are starting to look pretty wild. We're at 49% already. Life is good. Bye. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Okay, we got 61.6% of the dungeon cleared. We're in the green. We're gonna go Infus and we're gonna save. Life is good. Okay, let's just loot this. Slap. Whoa. Okay, buddy. Calm down. That is a wild look. I don't actually recognize that. I assume it's a club.
Yes, we've done it.
Monsters are weak and can no longer resurrect. We're in the green again. This place is actually kind of huge. I thought it was small. Like, there's not a lot of enemies in it. It's like not very like it's not very populated for such a large area. Okay, we're in the green again. Okay, this is the end of the zone. So we invis again. Just keep saving. Okay, is that the boss? That's the one boss in the dungeon is in the last pack. That's amazing. Nope. I'm not doing any damage on this with Cassowary, so this is just like the casters taking some pot shots for the most part. So, oh, there we go, we got a Flame Blast on it. I guess the Flame Blast we're hitting, maybe. Just not the normal projectile, so... We have 8 minutes left. I guess it's time to do inventory management. How are we doing? And we have enough to go to Might and Magic 7, so we're going to be going to Might and Magic 7. We actually still have a decent bit of content in 7, right? Like, we still have the Land of the Giants to clear. We still have the 2 to 3 dungeons in Land of the Giants to clear. We have, what else? We have the Avley Shoals. I guess that's probably it. No, we also have the tunnel. But yeah, we're actually getting real close to finishing all of the games. All of the games are very, very close. So... Oh, the thing that I wasn't saying out loud before, by the way, that I was thinking of, was... What if I make it so that when I finish one of the games and the bolster for that area comes up again, I have to do a map for that zone? Because it doesn't... because the maps... But then I realized that the maps don't actually care about your bolster level in that area. So in theory, once I capped an area, I could just do every single map for that... for that expansion, that game, and just do them one after another without, like...
We don't need it.
Ever stopping. And it would just, like... be a little crazy. So Breaker is a club.
This item is weak.
Let's go ahead and sell some, but not all of this stuff.
Our axes are the best.
I don't think you can reset areas in on Insane. I don't think you can reset them. I think that it's just a one and done. So like once you finish all the zones, you just have maps to do, and you have an unlimited number of maps. So
Jump.
I guess if you weren't capable of finishing the maps, you could hypothetically run out of stuff to do just because you like run out of things that you can actually do.
We can outfit
If you had too many brick walls with your maps. But I don't think that that's super likely. That you just have too many maps for that, right? Because each map makes you at least one extra map. Like you're never gonna run out of them. Not on Insane, no. The part of the way that they decided to set up the difficulty setting is that you can't reset the dungeons. In vanilla, they reset every 2 to 4 years. Actually, I think it's every like 6 months to 4 years, depending on the specific place. There's some places that do it in like 6 months. I think it's like 3 months maybe for Emerald Island. It's like really, really short. It's like a really, really short duration for Emerald Island. But it varies. In Maw, generally, you have the ability to reset a dungeon at will. You don't need to wait for it. You can just go to a dungeon entrance, and when you click on it, it'll ask you, do you want to go into the one that you've already done, or do you want to reset the dungeon? And you can choose between the two. And then on Insane, they didn't want to leave the ability for you to just like farm an easy dungeon to get like all of the gear and levels that you want and then progress onto the harder content. The goal was more explicitly to be about
Leave it.
like difficulty, because like Doom mode, I don't know that I would necessarily consider it intended to just be more difficult. It's like a harder difficulty, but also like the rewards are higher. You get more rewards out of Doom. So it's like it's a different kind of like, it's kind of like Inferno mode in Diablo, right? Where you have like a harder game, but you're also getting better gear, so it like evens itself out of it, right? Whereas with Insanity, you get less rewards than you get on Doom, I think. Like, things are harder to do on Insanity than Doom. I believe that the requirements for, like, skills and things being higher is an Insanity-specific thing. Like, Insanity doesn't give you additional rewards for doing it in the way that you get out of Doom, which makes me feel like Doom is, like, a game option that's, like, tied to difficulty, but is also like, it's not just a challenge mode. Insanity is a challenge mode. Part of that challenge mode is you can't grind, right? You can't grind unless you can grind maps. Once you can grind maps, you're probably finished the entire game, so you're now in the post game and you can grind as much as you want, because that's all there is left, right? All there is grinding. But the concept is like, you have to approach, you have a finite pool of resources to approach the main hurdles to get to the point that you're getting to the post game. But yeah, I think you get some EXP from resurrected enemies, but resurrected enemies are not the same enemy. I could show you, but it doesn't really matter. But when you kill an enemy and then leave and come back into the dungeon, which you don't really see on my runs because I just don't do that, the enemy will respawn, but it doesn't respawn as itself. It respawns as resurrected such and such. The resurrected version has a drastically reduced amount of reward that you gain for it. I don't know what the actual like difference is, but it gives you allegedly, that's my understanding, that it gives you very little experience and very little chance of getting loot. I think there's still a chance, so you could hypothetically farm up to 60%, and then leave, and then farm up to 60%, and then leave, and do that over and over and over again. You could do that, but it would be a terrible usage of your time. Like, that would be something that, like, it would be a very niche type of human being to be willing to invest that much effort into doing something like that. It's the kind of thing that if the game mechanics worked a little bit differently, you'd have someone like me making an instructional video about how to utilize that to such and such advantage, right? Like, what do you utilize it? However, the mechanics are not slightly different that make it so that it justifies doing it. You're just not really intended to do it. Presumably the rewards are left in there because they're not relevant enough for the developers to care. It's not even like an extreme min-max thing, so much as like when you're dealing with like a finite pool. I mean, it is an extreme min-max thing if it was worth doing, right? So like, if you're trying to do, well, you could use it for certain type of meme runs, okay? So if you were trying to be like, I'm gonna get to level 300 before leaving Emerald Island, right? If you're doing something dumb like that, right? Which these are things that I have done. Like, to be clear, I don't stream those kinds of runs, funnily enough, but those are things that I have done when I was a kid. But if you're doing something like that, it would have, like, you could do it, but there isn't a lot of reason to do it for a game like this, right? If you're looking at like a game like Suikoden, in Suikoden 2, there's an early game boss that's very, very hard. Finding a thing that you can inefficiently grind 6 hours to overwhelm this boss that you are supposed to lose to. The point of the boss is that you lose, but you can win the fight. So finding a strategy to win that fight, which gives you like nothing. It just makes the scene after the fight slightly different in a way that's satisfying to do, right? It's like, oh, well, I beat this challenge. This person behaves slightly differently in that he summons more guards to kill you. Instead of just like, right? Like, okay, well, we get arrested after he summons more guards. There's like a little difference in the cutscene. That's cute, right? That kind of stuff is like, there's bosses like that in Breath of Fire. Like, so that kind of min-maxing makes sense within the context of there's something early game that you can miss. Like, you can miss out on being able to beat this boss at this point. But with a game as like open and just sort of like, it's just kind of like a very open experience. There isn't like, you're not like locked into any particular thing, right? It's harder to like narrow down that, like, you know, ooh, before X I'm doing Y, and get locked into that in a game like Might and Magic. If there was something like that, I could see people doing it. For my part, I would generally still do I would just do more extreme min-maxing rather than grinding, generally speaking. So like in Breath of Fire 3, there is a very difficult, like, there's an extremely difficult encounter that you're meant to lose at the levels that you would be when you're actually leveling. And it's technically from the PS1. So Breath of Fire 3 is the one that I'm referencing. In Breath of Fire 3, there is a boss that you fight in the transition from the like extreme early game to like the early game, right? There's like a boss transition that you're meant to lose the fight. But you can win the fight. And that fight is very difficult, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to beat. And most players will level up a ton in order to be able to fight that boss. I have to beat that boss at level 9 because with Breath of Fire 3, I always do a specific like masteries thing, which means that every level I get has to be controlled for when I get it during the game, because there have to be certain masters available to take me on in order to get the stat gains that you get from leveling with that master at this time. Like, I have a whole spreadsheet about it. But what that means is that before that boss fight, I can't be above level 9, because I have exactly 8 levels that I'm leveling up with the master that I get at level 1. And so it's a low level game. But in addition to that, it's also, I don't have control over what masters I'm under, which means that, because I'm just under that master, that's the one that I have to do for my later stuff. So figuring out, like, switching gear from turn to turn in combat in order to adjust my speed above or below the threshold of one but not both of the two targets, because they have different speed values, and you can either be in between the two of them or you can be slower than both of them depending on what you equip. And like dicking around with stuff like that, and like the dynamics of trying to survive that fight are very, very fun. So for my part, I still probably wouldn't be doing something like farming the same dungeon over and over again, just because that's not how I work anymore. I used to when I was younger, but that's not what I do as as an adult because it's just I just don't like the interest in grinding is different now. Like it's a different kind of dynamic than it used to be when I was a kid. I only like grinding now when it's like, okay, I've gotten through the entire game at level 1, and now I have all of the stat boosting things that allow me to have every level that I get be better. That's the kind of leveling that I enjoy now. Like your your Final Fantasy 8s, your Breath of Fire 3s, your this, that, the other thing, right? That's the dynamic that I like. So I'll be like, okay, well I'm gonna grind now because we're in the grinding phase. But anyway, that being said, the reason that we closed the game is because it's after 1. We've gone a little bit over talking about things that I wanted to talk about because they're fun and delightful. Next time will be on Monday, and we will be, I think next week we might be finishing the game because we're clearing multiple dungeons per stream now. And how many dungeons we got left? Let's count them. I got time. We got 2 in Might and Magic 8. I think we just have 2 places to do in Might and Magic 8. So 2 in Might and Magic 8. Might and Magic 6. I think 2 in 6. Right? It's the Paradise Valley and the Hive. Might and Magic 7 still has a few. So we have 4 total now, right? So Might and Magic 7, we've got the tunnels to Eofall. We've got Eofall itself. We've got the Dragon Caves, which are technically 1 dungeon, but we can count them as 2. And then we have the Hive. And then we have the underwater section. And then we have the bonus dungeon, which is very tiny, but it exists. And then we have the I also haven't checked. Actually, there might be a bonus dungeon in 6. I don't know if that teleporter is still active. We need to check Dragon Sand. So there might be 1 additional one on top of this, and then we have the Lincoln. So we have a total of 12 to 13 dungeons left to clear. So some of those are really small. Not all of them are dungeons as well. Like Eofall isn't a dungeon. Eofall is a zone, but Land of the Giants. So we'll be doing pretty good. I have high hopes that we'll be able to finish it next week, which would be good because it's the month that my phone, which I have not fact checked this by the way, my phone randomly said that Silksong is real and is coming out next month, and it said that a few days ago, and I haven't looked it up. It doesn't have a release date announced on Steam, so my phone might have been lying to me. I don't know. I think it was Polygon. Who knows? Who knows? My phone just gave me a notification out of nowhere about it. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you again on Monday when we'll be getting a bunch of stuff done, hopefully. It works.